Hello, Possum. How are you doing this fine afternoon? It's time. I think. My voice. I think we're coming to the end of the fairy song. Can't believe it. Many things happened last time. We encountered a witch again. I think again. Either that or it was the first time we encountered. It's the first time we encountered. We encountered a witch last time. And I forgot her name. We encountered a witch. Thank you for the follow. Elec, how are you? Hope you enjoy your stay. It's time. We encountered a witch last time. We found out that Leaf was apparently the knight that attempted to kill a dragon last time. This is quite the screenshot to leave it off on. I probably left it on here. Yeah, last time we met this witch over here. You see that in this tiny corner. She informed us kind of that Leaf was a knight from ages ago that slayed a dragon that protected threatened I forgot the tip of his. I've got the name. Something Chapel. I'm great at summarizing his stories. Clearly, you're clearly here for me to summarize stories, not read stories. Get back a bit. Let's see. Let's jump right into it with this nice, cute scene. Leaf and I lie together and Leaf and I lie together in the same bed that night. She's fast asleep already, her chest rising and falling in slumber. I'm jealous she can sleep so easily. It just isn't fair. I feel exhausted, but rest won't come no matter how tightly I squeeze my eyes shut. As I am right now, I guess I can just move a second head. As I am right now, sleep feels about as obtainable as a perfect 100% on one of Miss Partridge's math exams. This freaking sucks. The seconds tick, then minutes. I've been lying in this bed for over an hour, but nothing happens. I'm wasting my time. Well, screw this. Groggy and disoriented, I throw the covers back and get to my feet. Freed from my confines, I feel like a mummy rising from its coffin, ready to wreak destruction upon the world. But that isn't my job, is it? That duty belongs to the dragon that lurks deep within the forest, if such an incredible, mystical monster really does exist. At this point, who knows? It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma. I can't read. It's great. I walk to the window and draw back the curtains. Then I stare up at the night sky. It's pitch black out there. Stars twinkle in the sky ominously, framing the moon, which looks alarmingly full. I can't help but turn Lynette's words over in my head, like a mantra. You had best hurry, Leaf. You only have one more day left until the full moon. If you still do not know the truth by then, I'm afraid it may be too late for you, and me, and your dear brother too. What did she mean by that? She sounded civil enough, but I could hear the veiled threat behind her words. Was she talking about the dragon? Or was she referring to something else? It's impossible for me to tell. If only she didn't speak in riddles. It'd be so much easier for me to wrap my head around all this. I drove back the window. My heart is pounding rapidly against my ribcage, beating out an irregular rhythm. I'm not afraid, am I? You're being stupid, Marnie. Don't let that woman's words get to you. What does she know anyway? I mean, it's not like she's, seemingly all-seeing, all-knowing witch or anything. I turned back to the bed, ready to slip once more beneath the covers, when I paused. My nocturnal motion must have roused Leaf, because she's sitting up, hands rested on her lap. Unlike me, she looks impossibly pristine after waking from her slumber. My heart is clenched inside my breasts, but this time I know fear isn't the sole culprit. Leaf, you're awake. Indeed, I am. Well spotted. Oh, alright. I'm sorry for pointing out the obvious. I hope it didn't disturb you. Oh, you needn't worry about that, my lady. But I should have been more considerate. I didn't mean to wake you. You have always been plenty considerate of me. There really is no need for you to fuss about on my behalf. As your knight, it is my duty to protect you. And moreover... He smiles bashfully. I wasn't actually asleep. Huh? You weren't? Unfortunately, no. I tried, of course, but alas, it was not to be. But you were so still. You didn't move a single muscle. Yes. Well, I thought you were asleep, and I did not want to disturb you. Your under eyes are dark enough as it is. I would hate to contribute to your fatigue. My under eyes? Yes, they always look so very dark, like bruises. They stand out quite alarmingly against your pale skin. Oh. Those aren't really dark rings. It's all makeup. Makeup? Yeah, like, eyeliner and eyeshadow. It's to get that classic gothic smoky eye look. That's all the rage on YouTube. What is a YouTube? And what is a goth? I'm not as good with my makeup, or as adventurous as someone from YouTube, as some YouTubers out there. But I'm getting there. I want to ring my eyes with so much makeup that they look like hollow, empty sockets. It's always been a dream of mine to look like a lich. Leaf ponders, one hand beneath her chin. I cannot say I know what YouTube is, but if I'm understanding you correctly, does that mean you choose to look as though you have not slept in over a month? Pretty much, yeah. But why? I do not understand. There's nothing to understand. I just like it that way. I just like the way it looks, that's all. If it wasn't for all this makeup and these black clothes, I'm not entirely sure who I'd be anymore. I've based so much on my identity on my appearance, it almost feels like my soul itself is tied up in chains and torn fishnets. Torn. I guess torn would also be interesting and fitting. That probably sounds a little sad though. Not Letta says it's bad. Not Letta says it's bad to place ourselves into neat little boxes and predefined labels. Though I've always labeled herself as a weirdo myself. There's more to me than being a goth. That single signifier is woefully lacking when it comes to describing my thoughts, or my goals, or my fears. But it's a comforting crutch to lean on. If I had to describe it in a way that you'd understand, then maybe I could call it these clothes are my armor? Armor? Yeah, wearing black and putting on all this makeup. It helps set me apart a little from everybody else, and it gives me an identity. You see? Since I've said so much already, I might as well tell my life story. What have I got to lose at this point? My mom fussed about how cute I was when I was little. She loved my long blonde hair, my blue eyes, and dressed me up in nice clothes, like a doll. She'd always wanted a girl, and she was very overprotective. She loved me a lot, but she was kind of stifling. She tutted whenever I broke a nail or tore my clothes. In the end, I think I started to resent her, just a little. I wanted to break away from her influence when I got older, so I decided to reinvent myself. Got rid of my old clothes, I started wearing black pretty much exclusively. I started experimenting with my makeup too, though my first few attempts looked awful. When my mother saw my new look, she was livid. I think she thought I was trying to spite her, but I wasn't. I just wanted to be my own person, and I've always thought black clothes looked cool. There isn't much more to it than that. So, that is why you started to paint your eyes black? Yeah, I'm still not sure if this is what I really want to be, but... well, I'm only a teenager. I'm sure I'll figure everything out later. But for now, this is good enough. Dressing like this is cozy. It makes me feel stronger and braver than I am. It's like a front, I guess. Does that make sense? Leaf ponders for a few moments, and she smiles. If you want to look like that, I suppose I cannot judge you. I was often judged so during my era, for having the audacity to wear men's armor. I suppose, in that sense, we have something in common. We might be from different eras, but there are many similarities between us. I wonder if that is why we get on so well. I must admit, I am quite drawn to you, my lady. Leaf shuffles a little close to me. She reaches out, gently taking my hands in her own. Tomorrow, I will venture forth into the forest I'm sure it will be dangerous. There's a chance I might not come back alive. Then, let me come with you. I beg your pardon? I want to come with you. I can't let you wander off into the woods on your own. You have to face a dragon. I want to be there too, to provide more support. But, my lady, you might get hurt. I know not if I will be able to protect you. I have only known you a little while, but you are very precious to me. If you were injured, I would be beside myself. Leave. My cheeks feel warm and my heart flutters uneasily inside my chest. She's so close to me. I can feel her breath across my cheeks. It smells faintly minty, like toothpaste. I really do care for you. You are the one who awoke me from my slumber, and you let me into your life, though you had no obligation to do so. You have been unfailingly patient with me despite my shortcomings. Though I was determined to act as your knight, it was you who led me through this strange new world. If it were not for you, I would be completely lost. I appreciate you a good deal, and that is why I cannot let you come with me. But I want to come with you. We've been through a lot together. I cannot let you go and face a monster without me. I'm going into the forest with you tomorrow, and that's final. But my lady, it will be dangerous. It will be too dangerous. I cannot promise that I will be able to protect you as I did before. If our enemies are too numerous to count. This forest is filled with strange creatures. Ah, that's why I was confused. I thought it was one dragon. Fairies, pixies, and goblins all lurk in the shadows, and they are not too peculiarly fond of humans. We were lucky we were able to escape with our lives last time, but we might not be so fortunate now. And that's all the more reason for me to come with you. Look. I know there's nothing I can do to help you. I can't fight, and I don't know any magic. Magic? Just be a burden, really. If I come with you, I'll get in your way. I know this might sound selfish, but I just want to encourage you to keep going. We've been through so much together already. I don't want to risk losing you now. I can't let you cast me aside. Oh, Marnie! Leaf's eyes soften. Are you sure I cannot deter you? No, I won't let you leave me. Pretty gay. I see. You really are stubborn. Then again, I would expect nothing less. Then, in that case... Leaf narrows her eyes. I should be your sword and shield during my upcoming battle. Fierce though it may be. I will not let any harm befall you. You mean too much to me. I like you, Marnie. I like you a good deal. And I do not want to let you go. Leaf. I glance at the floor shyly, my eyes half-lidded. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but it was a pretty romantic speech. It sure had more of an impact than the long soliloquies I had to listen to from Romeo and Juliet. So maybe that's because I was my grumpy it was my grumpy English teacher, Mr. Spindley, who read those speeches out to me. Not just me. That'd be creepy. He read them to the whole class, Elena included. I didn't pay much attention at the time. I knew I'd have to write about these speeches in English GCSE, but I really could not be bothered. I spent most of English giggling with Helena, while the rest of my classmates popped gum and passed notes. It wasn't a very romantic atmosphere. Those days in my dreary English classroom feel very far away right now, though. It's just Leaf and I in my aunt's quiet, moonlit bedroom. She's so close. And she's so close to me. I can feel her breath on my face. I can feel my face turning pink. Leaf's words are sincere. She means them of me. She means them for me and for me alone. I can tell she cares for me. But I'm sure I'd be able to tell as much even if she remained close-lipped. There's something about the way she looks at me that makes me melt. Leaf can't read, but her feelings are written all over her face. I hope she can understand my feelings too. I want her to know how much I care for her. Maybe that's why I lean in, or does she? I'm not sure. But soon, I find my eyes closing. Our fingers intertwine, and then my lips meet hers. Screenshot. This is my first kiss, but it feels completely natural. It's almost like the conclusion to a fairy tale story. Give me a second to go save this cute, gay, cute kiss in a Discord server by sending it to myself. It's so I love him. Hello, Curation! How are you? Oh, I forgot to put Saturday Sunday in my subtitle. In my title. Fuck. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot to put Sapphic Sunday. Sapphic Sunday. How are you doing, Curation? How is your Sunday going? Mine's going very sapphic, as you can tell. And very English. Slightly intentionally, because that's just what happens when you play this game. And you're gay. That's what happens when you play this game and all the characters are English. Have an English accent, supposedly, to them. The night took the princess in her arms, and they lived happily ever after. You're just waking up? Ooh. Ah, thank you for choosing my stream to be at the start of your day. Why am I still talking with an accent? I don't know. But this isn't the end of my story. My greatest trial has yet to come. Tomorrow, the two of us will venture into the woods. There, Leaf will have to fight for her life. Perhaps it's why Leaf pulls me closer towards her. Her sprayed fingers buried in my hair. This might be our last chance to spend time together. I want to savor this moment. Who knows what will come of Dawn? Who knows what the coming of dawn will bring? You're starting your morning with sapphic gaze, then later in the afternoon/evening, more gaze, except hornier, with rat. Are you excited for that creation? Later in the evening, horny, row 34, NSFW, rat stream of Wolf's Tale, a game I have still yet to play. And plan if I finish this game, and if I finish this game by today, next week I'll be starting Wolf's Tale. That'll be fun. Rat dance, yeah. Please, watch your step, my lady. This forest is treacherous, and it is filled with any numbers of strange creatures. I cannot let you get hurt. I'll be alright. I said as much, didn't I? Yet I'm going to stay by your side until the bitter end. Marnie. Leaf turns to look at me with a small smile on her face. But then, the moment passes and her smile fades. It's a warm day. Bright sunshine spills from the blue sky. The sunshine filters through the green leaves that stir around us, dying into pale green. The leaves on the trees rustle, and a few loose sticks snap beneath the heels of my shoes. When I strain my ears, I can swear I hear faint whispers mixed in with the soft, earthy sounds of nature. Oh, he's back again. Humans just don't learn their lessons, do they? And she's brought somebody else with her, too. That girl, could it be? Because of her, this should prove to be rather entertaining. Eerie laughter dances through the forest. I shudder. This forest is full of strange beings that lurk beyond the bounds of my limited imagination. I can't see them, but they can see me. They hide the hollows of old trees, peeking out from the shadowy places from my woefully inadequate eyes. Can't measure. I can't read. It's great. Do these voices belong to Grand's fairies? Perhaps they're soft, cute creatures like I'd expect from a Disney film. Decidedly family-friendly, with shining wings and shimmering hair that falls and waves like golden corn. But I'm not very optimistic. I can't see them. I can't see the strange beings, but I doubt they're anything like the sanitized fairies you find in picture books. These creatures laugh with most flecked teeth, their fingers gnarled like tree roots, pale purple ichor. Pale purple lichen sprout in between their toes. These beings, whatever they are one with the forest. More plant than person, perhaps. And is it any wonder I can't see them? They're too fantastical for dull, mundane eyes like mine. I'd never be able to understand them. All I do is fear them. Pick up my pace, my anxious heart humming inside my chest. I walked toe to toe with Leaf, huddling inside her shadow, my eyes flickering here and there like a lizard's. Is this changing? Muting? Shifting? Forced? Leaf is so very alive. She is the only person I can trust. What? 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 You, a bot. Disgusting. What? In this changing, muting, shifting forest, Leaf is so very alive. She's the only constant I can trust. It's because she's here. Fuck you, Mouse Cursor. It's because she's here that I can keep on going. I must keep going. Marnie! Leaf casts me another anxious glance. She's more concerned for my welfare than her own. Is something the matter? You look awfully pale. I'm always pale. I know that, but... You seem paler than usual. You aren't getting cold feet, are you? No, that's not it. I'm fine, it's just... I've never seen a fairy before. They know what they... Do you know what they look like? If I did, the memories are faint and hazy now. They are secretive creatures, and they do not like showing themselves for humans. But some people believe they are intrinsically kind and good. And you? I am rather skeptical. I think some fairies are wicked, and they mean to do us harm. Yeah, I gathered as much. I appreciate having it spelled out, though. We resume our walk through the forest. Faint whispers follow us all the while, crisscrossing from tree to tree like spiderwebs, forever out of sight. Here they come, here they come! It's just like she said! She knows how they look, how they think. Silly human! Silly knight! She thinks she can save him? She should sooner save herself. Yes, yes, save her yourself and run from this place while you have a chance. But we all know she won't. She's far too stubborn. That's what got her in this mess to begin with. Well, that's what happens when you fall in love. The faint laughter of dozens of fairies knife through my skin, sliding between my ribs, so my blood runs cold. Do the words really mean anything? Or are they simply trying to make us squirm? I walk along with an uneasy gait. My legs tremble badly. I wish I could grab a hold of Leaf for support, but I don't want to slow her down. I'm doing my best to remain stoic, but my anxiety must show on my face, because Leaf pauses. She glances at me, her eyes heavy with concern. Are you alright, Marnie? Is something the matter? It's fine, I was just wondering. Can you hear those voices too? They are everywhere when you get this far into the forest. It is better to ignore them, I think. I've been trying, but it's hard. They're saying some pretty ominous stuff. Marnie? Leaf walks towards me, frowning and then tipping my chin up with two fingers. Our eyes meet, blue on brown, and I know, my heart pounding, face flushed, that I can't hide anything from her. I've shared too much of myself with her over the last few days. She knows me too well. You're shaking. I'm cold, that's all. But it is a rather warm day. I have to wonder. You aren't scared, are you? I take a step away from Leaf, shrugging off her hand and turlishly to one side. Anybody would be scared in a situation like this. That is true enough, I suppose, but I cannot help but fear for your safety. If you want, I can always escort you back to the entrance of the forest. Perhaps that would be better for both of us. If you were hurt... No. Me neither. Turnishingly. Quite the word indeed. Quite fascinating. The single syllable forced from my lips with more power than I intended. And even I'm stopped short by how harsh I sound. Oh, I apologize. I did not mean to upset you. I am sorry if I said anything untoward, my lady. Yee. We love her. She's nice. She's pretty. She's cute. Look at her. We love her. No, it's fine. I struck a hooked tree root protruding from the ground, like a snare, with the tip of my trainer. You didn't do anything wrong. But I made you feel unwanted, didn't I? That is why you reacted so violently. And I can understand that. I also dislike being told no. But please try to understand. I'm not saying this because I do not enjoy your company. I like being by your side, and your presence gives me courage. But this forest is no place for humans. You're a human too, aren't you? Maybe I was once, but now? Who knows? I was asleep for centuries. Normal humans can't do that. Not without their bones turning into dust and ash. I must have been protected by some kind of enchantment. Enchantment or not, you're still Leaf, and I don't want to leave you. No matter where you are, I feel safe when I'm with you. Even if we're walking into some kind of trap. Even so, I don't care about that. I've come too far now. I can't turn back. The thought of being parted from her is terrifying. Even more so than whatever lurks among these trees. We have to do this together. Otherwise, there's no point. I can support you, and you can support me. Isn't that how this is meant to work? You make a sound argument. Perhaps I'm letting my own worries get to me. But you have made me see sense. As you always do. As your knight, I must listen to your wishes. And as your lover, I have an obligation to make them come true. Dang. We're lovers now? What else would it be? We did kiss. Wow. I am awfully very forward, am I not? I know that, but... well... lover sounds a little too... you know... Is it too old-fashioned? Maybe a little. That's the sort of thing adults say. But I'm not an adult yet. On that note, I wonder how old Leaf is. I don't think she's that much older than me. Partner. Why don't you call me a partner? She must have been sleeping for centuries. But I think she's only 17 or 18? I don't know. I never asked. And if she dies here, I'll never get the chance. Marnie? Are you alright? It's hard to say. I turn away awkwardly. embarrassment must be touching, and scratch my cheek with my index finger. I can feel the heat emitting from my own skin. Not for the first time I curse my pale skin. Whenever I blush, it shows up so easily. It's impossible to hide any of my emotions. Not that I need to when I'm with Leaf. I'm just a dumb teenager. I don't know much about anything, but it would be nice if you could be my girlfriend. Maybe. Girlfriend? Girlfriend? Pray tell, what is a girlfriend, Marnie, my fair lady? Please, enlighten me. Give me a second. Where is it? There's no point. Give me a minute. I'm looking. Would you perhaps be my girlfriend? Me, probably. What is a girl? What's a girl? Marnie, pray tell, what is a girl? Shy Marnie hours, just like... Would you fancy thinking about the idea of perchance becoming my girlfriend, Leaf? Leaf tilts her head to one side. That is a foreign concept to me. You are a girl, and you are my friend. There is no need to state it so. But I suppose I have no issue with it. It does roll off the tongue quite nicely. Then you can be my girlfriend. I brushed a few strands of hair behind my ear and blink at Leaf shyly. That being the case, I can't leave you here. I care about you, corny as it sounds, and I don't want to abandon you now. Not when you're going off to face your biggest challenge yet. I can't. I wouldn't be much of a girlfriend if I let you down now. Marnie! Leaf smiles sweetly. Your fond feelings towards me are very special indeed. I was not accustomed to hearing such kind words during my time. I was spurred by many to become my desire, because of my desire to become a knight, and even my own brother turned his back to me. Nobody supported me, but you are different. No matter what path I choose, though it may be thorny and fraught with danger, you always wish to stand by me. That is more than I could ever hoped for. So saying, Leaf bends down on one knee, the loose leaves on the ground rustling. Takes her hand in mine. Marnie, will you do me the honors of becoming my wife? No matter what may happen, we shall stay together. I promise. And she presses her soft, cool lips against the back of my trembling hand. Damn. That's pretty gay. Damn, that's pretty cute. Leaf and I walk even deeper into the forest, flanked by on all sides by whispering trees and mocking laughter. I try to shut my ears to these invisible creatures, but their words are able to snake through my defenses regardless. They won't leave me alone. trees around us grow thicker and thicker, and the silver of the sky above my head begins to close up like a sutured wound. I can't read. The ground becomes more uneven. It's positively littered with tree stumps and hooked, old-looking roots, evil-looking roots. But there are more flowers too. I recognize these flowers. They spread across the ground like a blanket. The petals pale blue, cupped like bells. In the distance, I can hear the faint sound of running water. We're almost there. So my theory, I wanted to propose it earlier, I forgot. My theory is that Esmond, Leaf's brother, is the dragon. Because they're prophesized to wake up together, and technically Marnie found them both on the same day. So they technically woke up together on the same day. So that's my theory. My theory is Esmond is the dragon. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun thing. Edmund. This is the lake where I first met Edmund. Perhaps Leaf can sense his presence too. Because she hurries ahead, her expression grimly determined. I break into a half run to keep up with her, cursing my short legs all the while. If only I'd been born into the body I've ever always wanted. A tall, statuesque, with black hair and dark eyes, a regular Morticia Adams. But I'm not Morticia Adams. I'm not Morticia Adams. I'm not even Wednesday Adams. I'm Marnie Lennox. I'm small and weak. My skin turns pink too easily. If cut, it would bleed too easily. I feel less weak when I'm with Leaf. Well, that sounds incredibly corny and horny. Corny? My brain almost said horny the first time. She gives me the strength to keep going. I chase after her, keeping pace as best I can, till the trees around me begin to thin and I can see a stretch. And hydrate. And posture check, okay. Okay. I chase after her, keeping pace as best I can, till I see the trees around me begin to thin. I can see a strip of clear, blue water in the distance. Care package before the fight with the dragon? Okay. It's the lake. We've finally made it back here, where this crazy story first began to unfold. And we aren't alone. A knight stands at the edge of the lake, staring out over the water. He wears leather gloves and steel greaves. The helmet upon his head hides his face from view. When Leaf sees him, she gasps and darts forward, one hand upon her heart. My brother! Oh, my dear brother! Leaf seems to have forgotten about her own safety. She doesn't even bother to summon her sword. Perhaps because she believes, or wants to believe, that this time he won't hurt her. How could he? He's her family. He's all she has left. I know Leaf loves him a good deal, but I told you not to call me that, imposter! Esmond unsheaths his blade and points it at Leaf's throat. The silvery sword shimmers in the sunlight, promising pain. Esmond's sword is definitely no prop. With one single well-placed blow, he'd be able to sever Leaf's skin from her bone. This is the sword that gouged Leaf's shoulder, filling gabbets of blood all over the ground. Edmund has hurt Leaf once before, and badly. But it looks like she's already forgiven him. She loves him too much. Brother, please, still your blade. I do not wish to fight you. I cannot bear to hurt you.
It is funny you would say that when you are the root of my suffering. Were it not for you, none of this would have happened. You are the one who led my sister astray, and now you must pay the price.
But Edmund, don't you see? I am your sister.
No, you are not. You are a being who merely pretends to be my sister, and you do a very poor job of it. I never wanted my sister to become a knight, but she was still 10 times the knight you are.
And what do you mean by that?
No knight worth his salt would back away from a challenge such as this. I wish to fight to protect my family's honor. You refuse. Is that because you were a coward? Or is it because you have no honor of your own to place upon the line? Which is it?
Oh, Edmund. Please come to your senses. I don't want to fight you because I love you. We should be working together to defeat Lynette. We shouldn't be the ones. We shouldn't be at one another's throats like wolves. Why can you not see that?
The only one I am unable to see clearly is you. At first, I thought you meant to mock me. But now, I am not so sure. You have steeped yourself in lies for so very long. You have begun to believe them. You truly think you are her, and I am your brother.
Edmund shakes his head.
In a way, I suppose I pity you. You are a sad husk with nothing of your own. You have no hopes or dreams or aspirations. So you stole hers. You stole her name and her sword. And now you're even trying to steal my heart. But I shan't let you have it. Pathetic though you are, you will not sway me.
With an enraged roar like an injured animal, Edmund strikes. His sword flashing beneath the summer sunlight, he swings at Leaf in a wide arc. Leaf is able to dodge just in time, summons her own sword forth and thrusts it forth, parrying. The two blades clash and sparks fly as the pair trade blow after blow. Leaf grits her teeth together. Her eyes are narrowed with concentration. Her whole face pale and pinched. Please, my brother, listen to me. I do not wish to hurt you.
You've hurt me more than enough already. I will not let you deceive me, though you may have deceived yourself. I will not become a willing audience for your delusions.
Edmund pushes Leaf back, his shoes digging into the dirt. Leaf tries to stand her ground, but Edmund is far more physically imposing than she. He's taller, with broader shoulders. She can't stagger him. In a simple power struggle, Leaf will obviously lose. Perhaps that's why she chooses to retreat. Leaf jumps back, avoiding Edmund's blade, and then skirts around him. Her brown hair streams behind her like a veil. I wonder if it ever gets in the way of when she fights. Very well, then I will answer violence with violence. I have no desire to hurt you, but I will not stand idle and let you make the gravest mistake of your life. Leaf swings at Edmund. He's able to deflect it in time, but Leaf bounces to one side yet again, striking another blow and another. She's moving so fast I can scarcely keep track of her. Father entrusted me with you with my protection, Edmund. We were family. We were supposed to look out for one another. His words should hold true, even now. I will not let you break your promise.
Silence! What do you know of my father?
I know everything that you know. He was my father too. Edmund's sword meets Leaf's over and over again. Steel clangs against steel, and Edmund tries to push her back, knock her down, run her through. But Leaf is too fast. She isn't giving him a single opening. Her footwork is light and nimble. She's positively running rings around about her brother. You told father you would look after me. That's why you were always so adverse to the idea of me becoming a knight. You said you wanted to protect me. But how will you protect me now if you sever my head from my body and spill my blood over the ground?
I did promise that, yes, but not to you. You are not my sister. She never loved you when she was alive. And now she's dead and gone. You are pretending to be her. You wear her skin as a mantle, if you could.
I don't know who told you that, but your mind has been poisoned. You were very, very sick, my brother. But fear not. I am still your sister, and I love you, and I will heal you. I had hoped I could talk some sense into you. But if talking is not an option, I will have to stop you with force instead. I will even kill you if I must, though I do not wish to. Hurting you is the last thing I want. But I would rather turn into a villain to save your soul than let you condemn yourself to hell. Leaf circles around Edmund. She strikes out once, twice, thrice, each time her sword meeting his. Edmund's rage leads his blows more strong, but he lacks Leaf's finesse. It's clear he has less experience than she does. He's outmatched. You have never been able to best me in a fair fight. What makes you think you will triumph now? If you don't stop this madness, I will kill you.
Do you really think you can frighten me, a vile monster? You have been trapped in this forest for centuries. In spirit, I am already dead. If you would have found me, I would almost welcome it. But I won't go down alone. If I can't defeat you, I'll have to take this girl down with me.
What? Edmund changes the course of his attack and feel the animosity exuding from him in waves. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. He knows he can't beat Leaf. That's why he's targeting me. Leaf got hurt last time trying to protect me. He could open her shoulder. It looked like she was in a lot of pain. I can't let that happen again. You coward! How dare you! I won't let you use me to hurt Leaf.
Big word for a small girl. As it is, you can't even fight. You have no weapon.
Maybe not. I'm not gonna roll over and let you kill me, you asshole. Edmund charges at me, his sword drawn. But for once in my life, I'm the faster one. If only Miss Whitman were here, she might be proud of me. Who would have thought that Marnie Lennox, that chronic skiver, who got stomach cramps every single PE lesson, would be able to outrun a medieval knight nursing a centuries-old grudge. I never imagined such a thing would ever be possible. Though to be fair, this whole situation is eminently unbelievable. I guess when your life's on the line, you can do anything. I dash past Edmund, narrowly avoiding his blade, and way down into the lake. The water is alarmingly cold despite how warm the weather is. And I gasp as it sucks all the heat from my body. My shoes are soaked, so are my leggings. I'm getting water in my favorite pair of boots. And the heels are sinking into the mud. But I can't let that deter me. We have more important things to do in my life. There are more important things in my life, like my girlfriend. If I wait far out, surely he won't be able to follow me. Wouldn't armor him down? That was my reasoning. But
I will let you get away. You, who look so very much like my sister. Your existence is an eyesore. If I'm to die, I will first make you kiss the edge of my blade.
then come and get me. Bitch.
You will soon regret those words, you demon.
Edmund lumbers out into the lake, eyes narrowed, as the water ripples around his steel greaves. His armor is weighing him down. He can barely move his legs. In his thirst for revenge, he's completely forgotten himself. This should give Leaf enough of an opening to...
This foul beast!
My lady, no! Ah! I can't scream. A high-pitched, embarrassing, girlish scream reaches its way from my throat. I try to duck beneath a nearby rock, but it's too late. But the water would slow Edmund down. They move with a speed I can't anticipate. I didn't anticipate. I got centuries of plotting revenge can do things to people. I can imbue them with superhuman strength. Or maybe you could call it determination. For whatever reason, Edmund wants me dead. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Still is a hair's breadth away from me. I breathe in. My nerves are on fire. Raz's necklace, secreted inside my pocket, is colder than ice. The moment I breathe out, the finishing blow will come. He'll kill me. He should kill me. At least, but... Edmund staggers. He's bleeding. The wound looks fatal.
But... How?
Leaf stands behind Edmund. Her face pale and contorted with concentration. Her fingers grip the blade of her sword so tightly her knuckles turn white. Water ripples around her feet. Feel droplets of water glisten at the hem of her tunic. hilt of her sword. Water slowly, very slowly, beginning to turn a pale pink, like raspberry lemonade. The blade of Leaf's sword penetrates her brother's back, between his shoulder blades. Leaf's aim, even during a frantic time such as this, is impeccable. Her skills with the sword are second to none. Did Edmund, despite being older than she, no match for her. Edmund staggers back. His body jerks as though he no longer controls it. The blow must have struck a vital spot. His heart, perhaps. Because he's losing blood at a rapid rate. It stains the back of his armor, torn asunder as easily as crepe paper. For all his talk of revenge, he couldn't kill Leaf. His determination was stronger than his. Her determination was stronger than his. And now, he's paying the price. Edmund collapses in the shallows of the lake. He slumps forth, gargling blood, while Leaf crouches beside him. The front of Leaf's tunic is stained with her brother's blood, but she doesn't seem to notice. Edmund was her beloved brother. He was the last remaining member of her family. And she killed him. She tore his life away from his body with her own two hands. Or to save me. She did this for my sake. She was able to rescue me, but Edmund! Oh, Edmund! Leaf holds her brother, still slowly dying body, against her chest. Her eyes are damp with tears, her shoulders shake badly. My stupid, foolish brother! Slowly, Leaf takes Edmund's helmet and lifts it from his head. Finally, I can see what he looks like in a vivid, almost too vivid detail. He's been alive for hundreds of years, but he's still a person, a human. He's not that different from me. His eyes are a pale, watery blue. Perhaps a pigment ran dry through centuries of salty tears. His lips are full, his nose is aquiline, and he has a firm jaw. I suppose you could call him handsome, in a sense. He really does look like a knight from a fairy tale. But it's too late for him now. Oh, Edmund! Why did it have to turn out like this? I didn't want to hurt you. If only you'd listened to me, then maybe this could have been avoided. There was no need for us to come to blows. Not like this. What would dear father say if you were to still be alive? If he knew what his two children had come to, he will be turning over in his grave for grief. We were supposed to protect one another. I became a knight so I could keep you and father safe. So why did you insist upon fighting me? Oh. Edmund's lost so much blood. He can barely twitch his fingertips. He still meets Leaf's gaze with his own. His pale, pale eyes are glazed over, like stained glass. He doesn't look away, even as the life fades from his body, which has been animated for far too long. He fears to die too easily. He really is stubborn. You don't understand. Even now, you don't understand. You grieve. But you have no reason to mourn for me. You liked me anyway. But of course I liked you. You, my dear brother, I love you. I love you more than anything. You might think that. But Edmund coughs weakly. Droplets of red blood wet his lips, and he groans. Edmund, oh! Please, dear brother, do not say another word. I do not want you to strain yourself. Edmund laughs weakly. I think it's too late for that. It's too late for me, but you should know. Yes, my brother. What is it? You might think you are a leaf, even now. But you're not. You were. Only ever. Pretending. It was a good pretense at times. I almost believed you. I wanted to believe you. Would have been so wonderful. You again. I used to. It was my dearest wish that I could see my sister again. But though you knew her well, you were not her. You will never be her. I couldn't protect my sister's body, but I wanted to protect her soul. I vowed to cut down all those who mocked her memory. But you have bested me. Maybe that means your love for her, stronger than mine. What do you mean, Edmund? Please, speak to me! Tell me, what do you mean? Only you loved her a lot. But your love was unable to save her. She's already dead. We're all suffering for it. But now, I do not have to wander this world any longer. I will meet her in the afterlife. And finally, we will be reunited. I have been looking forward to this moment for so long. It's strange. Edmund sighs, his eyelashes trembling, as he stares at Leaf's startled face. I should hate you. It was my hatred for you that kept me alive for so long, but in the end, none of that seems to matter. I just hope you too can find your own peace, so that you may be free of your own curse. And so it is, with a low, rattling breath that makes my skin turn to ice. Edmund's head lolls. His eyes fall shut, and his breathing stops. So does his heart. He doesn't get back up again. I know that he never will. This forest might be enchanted, but it's impossible to bring the dead back to life. Already dead? Am I? Leaf sits on a tree stump, one leg folded over the other. Her eyes are narrowed, one hand beneath her chin. Leaf's tunic was once spattered with their brother's blood, but it's already faded. Omae mo shinderu. Nani? Evan himself has vanished, too, his body disappearing as though he never had existed. Leaf clung to him by the lakeside, her arms wrapped about him for as long as she could, as a mother might cradle their child. She ran her hands through his hair and sung him lullabies in a strange, lilting language I couldn't understand. Into the water until the water that lapped at his still fingers began to eat right through him. Edmund's body dispersed into the air like smoke, leaving behind not a trace, no blood, no bones, no any armor, not even his thirst for vengeance. Nothing. Everything about Edmund has vanished from this world. But I suppose that's to be expected. He wasn't meant to exist in this world for so long in the first place. He should have died a long, long time ago. But he was bound in place for centuries by some kind of curse. Or maybe you could call it an obsession. He wanted to see Leaf again, but he said I was dead. But how can that be? I am not dead. I am very much alive, though I should have passed away centuries ago. You said you found me sleeping in this forest, correct? That's right. There wasn't a scratch on you. You looked calm and peaceful, like a doll. It must have been magic that induced me to sleep for so long. I was lost in my slumber for centuries. In a sense, it was quiet like death. But you awoke me, my lady, so I could fight for your honor. Leaf rises to her feet, her eyes narrowed. I have drunken in so many wondrous sights, and eaten so many delicious food, and learned so much about this new world. I can't be dead. I can still feel the sunlight on my face, and the wind through my hair. My muscles ache after walking for so very long, and my bones feel weak and weary. My heart, too. Leaf presses a hand against her chest. It hurts. I can feel pain. And if I were dead, that wouldn't be possible. I shouldn't be alive, it is true. But I am. That is indisputable. I exist, and I won't let anybody take that away from me. These voices, feverish. I don't think I've ever seen her look so worked up before. Everything's changed since Leaf went to sleep. Since Fen Chapel. Even Fen Chapel with its teeny tiny population is bigger than, and vaster and grander than anything Leaf knew in her time period. We have plumbing now, and electricity, and the internet. We have wonders Leaf could never have imagined in our time. But it was so far separate from all she knew. This world must be incredibly alienating to her. But still she tries to press on. Maybe she could keep going because of her brother. He was still alive, in a matter of speaking. He tied her to it, and he tied her to his past. Now that tie has been severed, he's dead. Leaf killed him. He's gone, but you're still alive, Leaf. You are. I take Leaf hand in my own and squeeze them, willing her to look at me. Her hands feel hard and calloused after gripping her sword so tightly, but this doesn't dissuade me. If anything, it makes me want to cling to her all the more. Edmund said you were dead, but he was obviously wrong. You were with me, and you're real. That's not something you could be argued with. And that is precisely what's bothering me. He said Leaf was dead, but I am still alive. The book we found in the library said much the same thing. The brave knight who faced the dragon in Fenchapel's forest was run through. They died. If I am that knight, I should be dead too. Maybe you did die. This forest is filled with mysterious creatures, and you said so yourself. What if they took pity on you and they rescued you before you passed away? They could have preserved your body within the woods for centuries, waiting for somebody to find you. When I put it that way, it kind of sounds like Snow White. There aren't dwarves, but Lynette might pass for an evil witch. Would that make Edmund the huntsman? How do I fit into this equation, though? Because I'm the one who brought Leaf back to life, I guess I'd have to be the prince? Yeah, right. Nothing remotely regal about me. The pieces don't line up as well as I'd thought. Thank goodness I wouldn't want to be sued by Bob Eager. Do you think that's possible? I don't know what's possible and what isn't. I don't know anything about fairies. But I do know you, Leaf. I don't think you'd ever lie to me. I've known her for a brief moment of time, but I have a pretty good assumption of her character. If I had to write her end of term report, I wouldn't use stock phrases like Miss Gillespie put on my report, lazy and disagreeable, for those who are interested. Funny. I'd call Leaf brave, noble, hardworking, and above all, earnest. She's not a liar. If she was, I never would have grown to care about her so much. I don't think that I would lie either, but perhaps I've been lying to myself. If I accept my brother's words at face value, then it would seem that he is not really my brother, and I am not really Leaf. I only think I'm Leaf. I've been borrowing her name and her past, but nothing about me is truly mine. It could be possible, but that makes no sense. He pushes me away and begins to pace, her fingers running through hair. I'm remembering the crippling grief I felt after my mother died. I remember playing and being a knight when I was with my brother in the forest, fending off the blows with wooded stick. I remember my earnest desire to protect my home and the decision derision of my father's friends when they heard of my ambitions. I remember it all, down to the last detail. How can these memories not be mine? If I am not Leaf, there'll be anything left of me. I won't even be a person anymore. I'll be like a pot whose contents have been tipped over. I'll be empty. No, that's not true. You won't be empty. And how do you know that? Being Leaf is all I know. Her past is mine. If we're the same, then I won't have a history anymore. I can't answer any questions about your past, but... I take a step towards Leaf. She's hunched in on herself, trembling. Suddenly, she looks very small and uncertain. But I'm struck with the desperate desire to protect her. I just want to make her feel better. You might be unsure of your past, but you still have the present. You have the here and now. You have me. I throw my arms about Leaf's waist tightly, enveloping her in a warm embrace. That, I said it to myself. You still have the power of gay. Trust me. They're very adorable. I love them. They're adorable. I love them. They are very adorable. I know. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. It's so pretty. I don't think she was expecting my embrace because she staggers back, surprised. Marnie. It'll be alright. Please don't cry. Leaf's hair tickles my cheek. I can smell her scent. The comforting aroma of Johnson's baby shampoo. The comforting aroma of Johnson's baby shampoo emanates from her. Light and inoffensive. She feels alarmingly skinny in my arms. I'm afraid she might turn to dust and air like her brother. If Edmund really is her brother. I know I can't do much for you, Leaf, but no matter what happens, no matter whether you're really Leaf or not, I care about you, and I trust you. I want to stay with you. Marnie! Leaf blinks at me for a few moments, unplussed. She sniffs, and I'm alarmed to find her eyes are shining with tears. How can you pledge your allegiance to me when you don't know who I really am? I do not even know who I am. I don't know how I found my way into this forest, and many of the memories are hazy. I can recall my past in perfect detail, but I have no way of knowing if that is really my past. I thought I was Leaf, but that might be a lie. And I'm telling you that I don't care if it's a lie or not. Even if you're not who you think you are, you're still a good person. You put yourself in harm's way so you could protect me. That's not something a wicked woman would do. It doesn't matter to me whether you're a Leaf or not. I care about you and all this. I care about you all the same, and that won't change. Marnie, Leaf looks at me, her lower lip trembling before. You really are too good for me. To me. Either way. With a soft cry, Leaf buries her head against my cheek. She's taller than me, and she has to stoop her shoulders, her body quivering. She feels so fragile. I'm afraid she'll fall apart in my fingers. I'm a little worried, but I think I'm strong enough to support her. She protected me numerous times. Now it's my time to protect her. It's alright. I'm still here. You can cry all you want. But it's embarrassing. I decided to become a knight so I can't cry. I shed all my tears after my mother died. I told myself I was going to become so strong, nothing could bring me to tears ever again. I wanted to be a knight, and knights don't cry. They smile brilliantly, like the sun, and they protect those who are weaker than them. I never wanted anybody to call me a sad, stupid girl ever again. I wanted to be a hero. I thought that was what I wanted, at least. But what if that was all a lie? I don't think it's a lie. It's sincere enough to me. But there's a flaw with your thinking. A flaw? Leaf sniffles, abashed, and blinking at me through teary eyes. What flaw? Even heroes can cry. It doesn't make you weak. In fact, nowadays people think being honest about your feelings can make you stronger. My mom's a therapist, so she delivers a corny line like that all the time. I used to roll my eyes whenever she'd tell me to practice wellness or self-acceptance. But now, I think I finally understand what she meant. Like Leaf, I was desperate to hide my real emotions. I didn't want to be weak. I shied away from people and flinched beneath their wandering fingers. Can I touch your hair? You're so cute, just like a doll. I've never ever had anybody so tiny before. Because they made me feel less like a human. I was a curiosity to them. Fuck you, mouse. Always like a small, fluffy animal in a petting zoo. I tried to mask my feelings of inadequacy by wearing black and scowling, just as Leaf tried to hide her own anxiety behind her dreams of being a knight. But facades aren't always enough to get through life. Now, that sounds pretty fancy. I guess even I can say smart stuff from time to time. Sometimes we need to acknowledge our own weaknesses. If we keep pretending they don't exist, they'll prey on us all the more. Then they'll swallow us. That was yesterday. I didn't do Genshin today. Oh yeah, I should do Genshin today. I should probably do that. I only did the event quest yesterday, Ming. I didn't want to do the Archon quest. It would take too long. I had things to do, like watch my friends stream. Be a nerd and watch my friends stream a video game. Edmund was so obsessed with his sadness, he lost sight of who he really was. But that what happened to you. You're not alone. You have me. I know you're addicted, but you need to the event is fun. The event is nice. It's Windbloom again. It's Windbloom already. Can you believe it, Ming? A year has passed once more for Windbloom. Oh, Marnie. You always seem to know the right thing to say. It's the spring festival with the flowers and the Mondstadt. It's the Mondstadt festival. It is Sunday. His smile was a wan, watery smile. Her cheeks flushed with tears. Is that because you went to school and I didn't? Nah, I never get very good at grades at school. I'm not very smart. And yeah, I got D here, but it was guaranteed, so it's not like it was a surprise. It did take a lot of wishes, though, to get her, but still. It was guaranteed. The school reports Miss Gillespie wrote about me was a downright character assassination. You'd think based on her scathing comments I was a nefarious serial killer. Not a lazy girl who sometimes spent her lessons gossiping with Helena. But I want to be here for you, at least. You're way more important than maths or English lessons. I don't know what a maths lesson is, but it sounds rather complex. It is. This partridge doesn't make it any easier, though. Can't stand trigonometry, or the FOIL method. And the FOIL method is absolutely horrid. My! My head is starting to spin already. These long words and foreign concepts are a lot to take in for a simple girl like me, but it has helped ease my worries somewhat. Beef giggles. Really, though, I must thank you for comforting me so. I do wish you hadn't seen such a side of my character, though. I vowed to be your knight. I wanted to protect you. But now you're the one protecting me. It's no biggie. You're not just my knight. We're also friends and, well, I glanced to one side, shyly, my face flushed pink beneath the thick layer of white foundation. Well, girlfriends too. I guess. That is correct. Girlfriends are another modern concept I don't quite understand, like this trigonometry you mentioned. But I would like to understand it. I want to understand everything about this era. I want to stay with you and experience all this world has to offer. Beef draws in a deep breath, steadying herself, and wipes her damp cheeks with the back of her arm. She smiles bravely, backlit by the warm sunlight. In this moment, she looks every bit the brave and valiant knight I saw on the stained glass window in Penchapel Church. But before I can enjoy my lease on life, I must learn who I really am. I am Leaf, or am I somebody else? Right now, I am unsure. But I think if we were to venture even further into the forest, the answers will reveal themselves in due course. I was afraid at first, but I think I'm ready to accept the truth now. No matter what it is, I know if you are with me, I shall be able to bear it. Thank you for being with me, Marnie. You have supported me from the very moment we met. And I really do love you. Okay. We're gonna do a quick bio break because hydrations are a lot. We're back in a quick second. And we're back. Right, there's the game. I think it's getting kind of dark. Indeed, it seems the night has fallen rather too early. We have been wandering in this forest for a while, but I doubt we have been walking for that long. Leaf glances around our surroundings skeptically, as do I. The sky above us, above our heads, is now a dark, velvety blue. Really, velveteen? Velveteen blue. Interesting. I thought it was velvety. Never knew. Sprinkled here and there with stars. The moon itself is obscured behind the ropes of mist, but I'm sure it'll be brown and full like a saucer of milk. Time is fast running out. We've only so long before we get to the bottom of this convoluted mess. But nothing seems to be going right. The time isn't working as it should. It's going by too quickly. I check my phone. Maybe there's something on the news about this? I fish my mobile out of my pocket. The screen is dark and impervious, revealing no secrets. Turn it on, but... Huh? Nothing happens. I hold my finger on the on button a little longer, willing the black screen to burst into life with familiar Samsung jingle. But there's still nothing. It's completely unresponsive. That's weird. Did it die? But I charged it before it went out. What the hell is going on? I check my phone, as though this might jolt it back to life. Of course it doesn't. My mobile remains unresponsive, without any power. This thing more than a black, enigmatic, very expensive paperweight. If I dropped my watch, and not in the business of carrying a clock around with me, I've never checking the real time. I've been left in the dark, quite literally. It might be sunny back in Fen Chapel, the bright blue sky, studded here and there with whipped cream clouds. But here, deep within the forest, time doesn't work like it should. It pauses and jutters like an old record. Skipping here, stuttering there, and it's cutting 100 of years, or hanging onto a single second. Stupid piece of junk. I step my phone back in my pocket, then kick at a nearby tree root with the tip of my boot. It doesn't make me feel better. In fact, it actually makes me feel worse. My foot is killing me. Son of a... Tut tut! Foul language won't get us anywhere. I know that, but this is totally screwed up. I can hear devilish whispers hovering in the cool air like cobwebs. Each word is sharp and pointed, and they make me shiver. Oh dear, the poor girlies are completely lost now. Where did they go, I wonder? Where can they go, I wonder? What will they do? Not even we know. Not that any of us. Not that it's any of our business. They should have given up while they had a chance. The moon is still hidden behind the fog. It's not too late to run. Turn back, turn back. By watching them squirm is so much fun. No human has ventured this far in and lived to tell the tale. Of course, screw yourselves. I might not be able to see the voices, but I sure as hell can tell where to get off tell them where to get off. Well, they piss off. That chorus of invisible choruses, so callous, so catty, so obnoxiously human despite their supposedly mystic status. They remind me of Leona Davies' crew back in John Whitgift's, whispering in the cafeteria, heads bent, shooting sneerily, look at those they've deemed members of the Loser Brigade. As a good member of the Loser Brigade myself, I'm used to being stared at from afar. And let me tell you, it kinda sucks. The invisible voice shushed themselves into non-existence after my anger cry. Though I can hear a few residual giggles here and there. Leaf browns. Did you need to be so rude, Barney? I didn't need to. No. But it made me feel better. I cannot condone that. It isn't very ladylike behavior. And you'd know all about being a lady, wouldn't you, Miss I Want to Be a Knight? Well, point taken. Leaf smiles bashfully. Then I shan't say anything more about your conduct. I won't want to be a hypocrite. My conduct is the last of our worries here. It shouldn't be this dark at this time. I don't know the exact time, thanks to that dying phone of mine. But I doubt it could be much more than 2 or 3 o'clock. Nearly 5 o'clock, Marnie, but I digress. It's the middle of summer, and the sun shouldn't set for at least another 6 hours. But I want my phone just to work. I don't get it. It is quite the curious conundrum, yes. Maybe there's too much magical energy in the air. I beg your pardon? Your phone, as you call it, is a relatively modern invention. I don't understand its inner workings, but it must be a very complicated talisman. This forest, however, rejects things like logic and reason. As there is so much magic here, it stands to reason. Items from the Age of Enlightenment would not work. We've been to the realm of fantasy now. Anything is possible. Anything, huh? I don't know. If that fills you with more... I don't know if that fills you with more confidence. If you just... If we got trapped here for too long, Gran would definitely freak out. That's why we should hurry to accomplish our goal. I don't know what lurks within the woods, but I feel that we are fast approaching our destination. And our destiny. If only the irritating witch would appear now to let us know we are on the right track. Speaking of which, hi Lynette. But of course, she would not do that. That'd be way too helpful. Well, now, shall we be on... Now, shall we go? Leaf stops herself, cheeks pinked. Tinged pink. Well, after all we have been through, I suppose I can drop this form of address. It would be far more appropriate to use your first name. So, let me see. Shall we get going, dear Marnie? Sure, let's go. I found Leaf with my own. My hands are trembling. My fingers are trembling. Leaf holds me tightly. I know she won't let go, no matter what happens. I feel safe when I'm with her. might be lost like Hansel and Gretel in the fairy tale, but though they were just small children, they were able to outwit the wicked witch through the power of teamwork. We don't have a trail of breadcrumbs, or in this case, a phone signal, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, we only need each other. Pretty gay. I love it. I'm here for it. It's great. We walk through the trees in relative silence, our hands clasped through the air. Though the air is cool, my palm soon starts to get sweaty. Still, I don't pull away. I'm afraid if I relinquish my grip on Leaf's hand, she'll disappear just like a phantom. As we walk, stars grow more numerous above our heads. Twigs snap underfoot. Strange bird twitter amongst the branches, and fog begins to roll along the ground. The fog gets denser and denser with each footstep. It worms its way between the hems of my skirt and the back of my shirt, pressing my bare shoulder blades as I shudder. Soon the fog is so thick I can scarcely see a foot in front of my face. Now, what will we do? It comes to a halt, fingers still grasp mine, as our attempt to penetrate the misty veil about us. The trees emerge from the fog like Romero zombies, the branches waving in the breeze like rotten limbs. There's something indescribably eerie about this scene, and I can't help but share Leaf's sentiment. What will we do now? Where can we go? Just about to suggest that we toss a coin. Maybe that'll help us decide which way to turn. When I pause, I can hear something. It sounds like footsteps. Oh, what was that? Who's there? I don't know. These footsteps are slow and shambling. Almost like my grandma's, but there's no way she could be out here in the dark. Not this far into the woods. What did those obnoxious fairies say before I chased them off? Wasn't it something like, "No human has ventured this far in and lived to tell the tale"? What does that mean? It's a ridiculous thing to think, but no shortage of ridiculous things have happened to me over the last few days, and I'm ready to believe anything. If no human has ever wandered this far into the woods and has survived, then the people in the forest, they must be dead already. What? No, it couldn't be. That would be in poor taste, even for a witch. The dead should be allowed to rest in peace. But despite Leaf's protests, the footsteps grow louder and even more numerous. A gust of wind blows through the trees, the fog parts like a stage curtain, and then... Oh! Oh no! They're finally made visible to us. A small contingent of stumbling knights are moving through the fog. Maybe they were humans once, but they're not any longer. Some of these warriors are missing arms, others legs, a handful of them missing their heads. But these grievous injuries do little to deter them. Continue to shambling along on regardless. A few of these warriors are sans helmets. I can see their faces in clear detail. I wish I couldn't. These warriors don't have faces. They have no eyes, nose, or lips. There are only white skulls with teeth frozen in rigor mortis, rictus grin. They have no eyelids, so they can't blink. They have no flesh, so they can't feel. They have no eyes, so they can't see. But their gaping sockets seem to be staring at me regardless. They're staring right through me. These knights are nothing more than mindless monsters. They're devoid of humanity. They should be long dead, but they've rejected their graves. They're animated only by black magic and a thirst for vengeance. These skeletons are like Edmund, but they're more stripped of their names, their memories, and their sense of selfhood. These are the knights we read about in that book. They must be. He summons a sword from the air. They must have challenged the dragon in the forest. And they failed. They lost their lives, and their remains are scattered about this forest. They died a long, long time ago. I cannot say for how long they have been wandering these woods, but I have to put them to rest. As a knight, that is my duty. He points her blade at an encroaching foe, the sharp point glimmering in the moonlight, promising pain. But this isn't enough to deter them. I don't think they understand the danger Leaf's blade poses. Their heads are completely empty. Scooped clean of any intelligence, though. Urgent thought. All they can do is move and fight and kill like machines. These knights have all fallen once. They've lost everything. But Leaf is still alive. He has beliefs and dreams and hopes for the future. That is why she will win. I've seen enough zombie movies to know the living will always triumph over the dead. I'm sorry, but there is nothing I can offer you. Killing me will not reverse the cruel fates you suffered. You could try to best me, but I will not let you succeed. I will turn you to the dirt once more, so you can finally sleep. So saying, Leaf dashes forward, sword in hand. These skeleton warriors rush forth, parry her blow, but they're too sluggish. They can't see with their staring sockets, and Leaf dispatches them easily. She deflects wild swings, her sword bending off 1, 2, 3 attacks all at once. Leaf, this is child's play. Doesn't even break a sweat. She disarms one skeleton warrior, then plunges a sword through his skull. The blade shears through the socket and pierces the other side, each like puncturing a juice carton with a straw. The skeleton lifts back, disoriented, and collapses in a heap. Yet more monsters reach out for Leaf, their fingers grasping, but it's fruitless. Leaf sidesteps them all elegantly, running through yet another foe with her trusty blade. The moon presides over the macabre ballet, a cold, impartial kind of judge, with every watchful eyes. I can't read. The fog swirls about Leaf, but it didn't slow her down. She seems to wear the mist almost as a cape, dancing through it, fairy-like, as she fells yet another, foe and another. One skeleton, both arms lost in skirmish, tries to tackle Leaf from behind. She dodges, and it clatters against the floor, ribs breaking, cracking, splintering from the impact. It can pull itself up again. These silent warriors, stripped of the ability to speak, continue to fight and fall. The fight is soundless, save for the clashing of Leaf's blade. She doesn't speak, but I doubt she has much to say. Even if she did, these skeletons won't be able to listen to her. She could threat them, forgive them, or even try to appeal to them, but they wouldn't be able to understand her. They're not humans. Maybe they were once, but not anymore. Now, they're nothing more than puppets. Soon, the last skeleton night falls. Leaf wipes its skull clean off its bony neck with one blow. Both the broken broken skull, and headless body fall to the floor. Sightless eyes landing upon the dirt. Leaf stands there, sword in hand, her eyes narrowed. She glances about, searching for yet another foe. But the forest remains quiet. It's too quiet, in fact. I wait with bated breath, hardly daring to breathe. The ground seems to shudder beneath my feet. There's one final fight left, which will mark the end of this incredible, fantastical night. The final warriors, flesh stripped from their bones, morals from their minds, didn't die in vain. There was an opponent they all wished to fell, either for the money, or the fame, or the fervent desire of fulfilling a good deed before they died. Many people lost their lives to this monster, until one brave young knight was finally able to defeat it. The monster died, or so the story said. But during tonight's full moon, it will be revived. It's here now, in this very forest. It's been waiting for its revenge for hundreds of years. The beast that was immortalized in the stained glass window in Fenchapel Church has finally shown itself. There's no way a creature like this could exist in the modern era. But so, here you are. How nice of you to finally arrive. I killed you once, yet it seems the first taste you had of my blade was not enough to sate you. Very well then, I defeated you once, I will do it so again. My name is Leaf, daughter of Al Gore, and I will not bend before you. I'm not afraid, you vile dragon. A low roar rumbles through the forest. The very trees themselves seem to shiver all the way down to the roots. Through the fog, then out of the fog, there emerges the head, then the neck, and the muscular scaly body of a large, evil-eyed dragon. Check something real quick. The dragon looks at Leaf and I for a few moments, motionless. Its eyes narrow, its claws scraping against the earth. Then it exhales. I feel its cool breath across my face. It smells not of brimstone, as I initially expected, but something even more fearsome. Death and decay. How many people has this dragon snapped up between its razor-sharp jaws? I have no idea. But it's apparent as the second tick by that this monster has marked us as its prey. The dragon's nostrils dilate, its tail twitches. Then with a roar loud enough to shake the trees to their very roots. It lumbers forth. Marnie, stay back!
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
Thank you, Rat, for the resub. How are you this fine afternoon? Isn't that a nice resub message? I hate that the fucking alert box cut it off, because it's a fucking bitch. I know. I need to fix the alert box. Where's the alert box? It's built into the overlay. Never mind. You're just in time for the dragon fight, but you missed some good CGIs. I'm gonna save real quick. Can I look at CGIs? I can't look at CGIs here. You missed some really cute CGIs. If you stay long enough to the end, I can show you them. You missed a lot of cute CGs though. Honestly, I'm gonna test how cute they are. They know. Leaf pushes me to one side, her face set with determination, holds her sword aloft. No, not a meeting. Dang. Hope you enjoy how long you can stay. Don't forget to let me know if you when you're done your lesbians, if you want to plunder after. I'll be excited for it. But yeah, thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy whatever you can catch of the sword of the swords of the lesbian. The dragon swipes at Leaf with its claws, but she dances around them. The sword hits the underside of the colossal creature, but the blade does little damage. It glances off, little lasers off the dragon's scales. Yes. Ugh! Ugh! I'm saying ugh like a weirdo! Leaf comes back before the dragon can slash her stomach open with its claws. You were stronger than my brother, I will grant you that, but I will not back down so easily. I am a knight, regardless of my appearance, and I will never be reduced to a mere plaything. I have more pride than that. The dragon swipes at Leaf again, but she avoids its claws. The dragon howls in rage and aims at her once more, but its claws, instead of catching Leaf, tear through the trunk of a nearby oak tree. Leaf ducks, starting the stray splinters ricocheting through the night's air. Score 2. The tree might have been reduced to firewood, but some of these splinters are pretty large. They could pierce Leaf through, impaling her heart and her lung in one fell blow. But Leaf blows these bits of wood back with the flat of her blade, almost like she's playing rounders. Rounders. A classic English game. I can see nightmare visions of Leaf's body being pierced, ragdoll-like, by loose, bitter bits of shrapnel, while blood bubbles forth from her lips. I maxed out dexterity! You forgot one thing, dragon! I maxed out dexterity! But I don't want to think about that. I have faith in her. I'm sure she'll triumph no matter how the odds, after all. Cut down, Marnie! She said she would protect me. Leaf skirts over to my side, deflecting the reins of twigs and branches, and pushes me behind the trunk of a nearby tree. The dragon roars, eyes narrowed, and slashes out its sharp claws. It catches yet another tree. The old trunk explodes like a firework. Splinters of the destroyed oak tree fly through the air. Some of the splinters pierce the ground where I was once standing. If Leaf hadn't pushed me out of the way, I'd been skewed. Oh god. I shiver, my legs are turning to jello. It's all I can do to remain upright. Leaf, you saved me. Of course I did. I am your knight after all. And your girlfriend. Besides, I would save you over and over again. no matter how many times it takes. You say that, but this is a dragon. I don't know if you can beat it. It's so strong, and it's huge too. Fucking massive. Look at that shite. Now. He smiles a smut of dirt on her cheek and taps the tip of her nose with her finger. Have some faith in me, please. But nothing. It is far too late to go back now. If we run, the dragon will chase us down, and we shall be killed. But I will not let that happen. Slaying the dragon is fairly standard for a knight in shining armor. If I let this monster get the better of me, I would no longer have the right to be a knight. Ergo, I have to defeat it. I'll slay this beast, and I'll prove that I am Leaf. I have defeated this monster once before, and I won't hesitate to do it again. The dragon's tail swirls. It's another tree caught by the sweep of its tail, and it falls to the ground with a loud thud. The earth trembles. I struggle to keep my balance. The world itself seems to be pivoting on its axis. The dragon is incredibly powerful. But that could be a weakness too. The dragon's colossal body is hemmed in somewhere by the trees, and it has difficulty navigating through the fog. It might be large. It's easily big enough to swallow a leaf in one gulp. But its sheer size is a disadvantage. The leaf dances around the dragon nimbly, sidestepping all of its blows and launches forth. It stabs and thrusts again and again, but its scales deflect each of their strikes. You tenacious, oversized lizard, why won't you succumb to my blade? Leaf carves the dragon's lumbering leg over and over, but she isn't dealing any damage, just putting herself in danger. If only my Malphus was with me, a noble steed would be a godsend at a time like this. Leaf glances at the sky. The full moon hovers over our heads, as though suspended by a string. It's so round and perfectly full. It looks like a crystal ball, or maybe an eye. The physics is watching over us, but it's a cold, callous observer. It doesn't care one whit about us. If Leaf's to defeat the dragon, she can only rely on herself. Well, maybe asking for a divine intervention is too much. My father always told me that the Lord helps those who help themselves. I need to do the best with whatever I can at hand. Think, Leaf. Think. Leaf glances about the forest, her eyes narrowed as she searches for a potential course of action. How can she defeat a monster that towers several feet higher than she does? It's a classic David and the Goliath situation. But unlike David, you can't rely on God. The forest is sealed away from reality, and religion is in all common sense. It's a place where fairies lurk amongst the treetops, whispering riddles, and skeletal warriors can emerge from the fog and settle aw's depth. In a bizarre, upside-down like world, this all Leaf can rely on is her own ingenuity. Then, if attacks like this are no good, that might work. I just need to approach it from a different angle. I need more height. The dragon's thrashing tail fell in the tree. The once mighty oak is severed at the base, as though by a guillotine. Leaf watches as the tree falls slowly. inevitably to the uneventful ground. She jumps, pushing off against the dirt, lands atop of the fallen tree. She scales the stump, running as hard as she can, pushing her muscles to the limit. She grips her sword tightly in her hands, her eyes flashing. I think I know what she means to do. It's an incredibly reckless attack. We might call it suicide. But in these circumstances, what choice does she have? Alright, you oversized lizard! Try and deflect this! Leaf cries out her voice echoing about the forest. As she jumps, she entrusts her body to the air, her hair streaming behind her as she falls. She must be a good 20 feet in the air. It's a long way to fall. She has something to break it. The dragon. She lands nimbly atop its back, sword in hand, and rams the pointed blade of her weapon deep into the base of its back. At least that's what Leaf plans, but the scales about the monster's neck are just as sturdy as the ones about his leg. Leaf grits her teeth together, her face deathly pale as she tries to skewer the dragon like a kebab. But it's still no good. The dragon's hide's too strong. The sword can't reach its defenses. The dragon roars and tips its head back. It rears back, shaking itself to and fro in a frenzied attempt to shake Leaf off it. Leaf tries to cling on, her teeth gritting together, eyes narrowed. She digs her sword between the lizard's shoulder blades, taking advantage of the small breach in the dragon's scales. This only serves to enrage the beast further. Leaf! I call after Leaf, and my voice can't possibly reach her. She's long past the hectic thrill of the fight. She lost amongst the hectic thrill of the fight. Not that it truly counts. Leaf isn't hurting the dragon. She's struggling simply to stay alive. Leaf tries to maintain her balance, fingers wrapped tightly about her blade. But the dragon has other ideas. If such a large, seemingly single-minded beast can think of ideas beyond brutal murder. The dragon begins to flap its large, leathery wings. Gusts of wind bellow through the forest, leaves are torn from trees, and loose sticks and clods of dirt are whipped up from about my ankles. The sheer force of the air velocity pushes me backwards. I try to dig my heels of my shoes against the dirt, but it's no good. I put my palms out trying to steady myself, but then I gasp pain as I gnawed root pierces my skin. I'm bleeding. But that hardly seems to matter now. The dragon is ascending into the cool night air, Leaf still perched precariously atop its back. The dragon looms over the tops of the trees, so large it blocks out the light of the milky moon. This really does look unreal. It's like a scene from a fantasy movie, or maybe the front cover of a heavy metal album? And I thought the Skeletal Warriors were unnerving. The dragon hangs in the air, high above my head. Its wicked bat-like wings flutter back and forth, suspending it within the night sky. Then, it lets out a fearsome roar. It's starting to move. The dragon arcs through the air, dipping and twisting and spinning as Leaf struggles to remain upon its back. It can't hold on for much longer. Leaf's grip on her sword slackens. I can't see her face, I can barely hear her voice, but I'm sure she's screaming, shouting, flipping. She's... Leaf! Falling. Leaf plummets from the dragon's mighty body, her hand reaching out, desperately trying to grasp her sword once more, but it's too late. She's shooting through the night air like a meteor. My heart clenches inside my chest. I need to save her and fast before she lands and breaks her neck. Leave! All of a sudden, I don't care about the dragons. I don't care that the dragon is as tall as a department store, or that it could crush me beneath 1 foot with ease. I just want to save her. I told Leaf I'd protect her, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Leaf, hold on! I'm just a weak teenage girl who hates running. I always try to get out of PE whenever it's possible. Much to Miss Whitman's disgust. I'm no sprinter. I can't hack marathons. When it comes to the high jump, my short legs are at a woeful disadvantage. I have no endurance at all. Physical strength? You can forget it. I'm incredibly weak. But none of that matters. I can't focus on my own shortcomings. I need to save Leaf no matter the cost. Leaf might be a knight, but she's not invulnerable. She bleeds red, just like me, and her bones are just as fragile. She'll break. She hit the ground, no matter how I try to catch her, no, I won't do any good. It's falling too quick. I try to catch her, but it'll be in vain. I'll be crushed. Not possible. But then again, dragons aren't either. This night has been one string of crazy possible events after another, and that makes it a little easier to believe that things will work out. I just need to have faith. I'm an ordinary girl with an ordinary life. I become embroiled in something extraordinary and quite extraordinary. I need to become extraordinary too. If I rise to this challenge, and I will. I want to help Leaf. I care about her. And I love her. The moment this thought crosses my mind, Bran's pendant exudes a strange light, even brighter than that of the moon, which hangs above our heads. Time slows to a crawl. I see Leaf falling, and I reach out, arms outstretched, mouth wide. I can rescue her. I know I can. My body has been imbued with some kind of strange arcane magic. The world around me is muted. This forest isn't as it was before. The dragon isn't what it was before either. Gran said this necklace would protect me from harm. I got hold of it to humor her. But I figured it was one of the many symptoms of an advanced age. I thought she'd gone loopy, but she was right about the fairies. Why wouldn't she be right about this? Magic exists in this forest. And it exists inside this necklace the Gran gave me. It's magic that will protect me, no matter what. And with it, I can protect Leaf too. I reach out, plucking Leaf from the air like an apple from a tree, and press her body against my chest before she hit the ground. Screenshot to that, real quick. Sending it to myself, because I do that all the time. It's great, I love it, I love it. There's a Discord server, some things to myself. The game. There's no bruised skin, no broken bones, no bleeding, no wounds, no hurt, no pain. It's just her and I, my arms around hers, and hers around mine. I held her trembling body close, as one might reassure a child after a peculiarly bad nightmare. She winds her arms about me, her shoulders shaking. Marnie! Oh, Marnie! I could see my whole life flashing before my eyes. I was afraid. I was really going to die. alright. You need to be scared. I'm with you. Yeah. It's adorable. I love it. I love them so much. Great. They're adorable fucking beans, aren't they? They're gosh darn fucking beans and I love them so much. They're killer. I can't see my emotes for some fucking reason. Stupid. Here they are. They're so cute. I love them so much. Look at them go. But I thought I was afraid I was going to die, and then nobody would be able to protect you. I was terrified of failing my mission. No, of failing you. I would hate for you to be hurt because of my own stupidity. I examined Leaf, frowning. She looked rather worse for wear. Her hair is badly rumpled, and her eyes are frenzied. Her face is pasty white like a ghost's. She came very close to dying a few moments ago. But I stopped that. I saved her. I did my best to help her, but... You were worried about me? Of course I was! You mean the world to me! So... while you're falling to your death, you care more about my fate than yours? Aren't you afraid of being squished flat like a pancake? What's a pancake? It doesn't matter what a pancake is. Do you think you've got your priorities all messed up? Well, I have never been overly concerned about my own safety. That's why my father and brother worried about me so. They thought I was foolish, and maybe I am. But how else would I become a knight? If I thought too much about myself, I never would have been able to pick up a sword and go into battle. You really are selfish to a fault. Selfless to a fault. Am I truly selfless, though? I told myself I wanted to help others for the sake of it, but my actions were more self-serving than that. I wanted to feel like I deserved to be a knight, despite all the naysaying. I wanted to prove everyone wrong. That's why I rode out on dangerous quests. Though everybody told me it was crazy. That was right too. Maybe they were. But you held true to your own ideals. And you never give up. That's why I care about you so. And that's why I want to help you. I might be an average teenager with a below average score in the high jump. But this forest isn't a normal place. The roots of the trees themselves are imbued with magic. And when I'm here, even I can make the impossible possible. Oh, Marnie! I really am glad I met you. And I you. Leaf smiles to meet me fondly. She traces my cheek gently with her knuckles, and my whole body shivers. I wish I could continue to hold her. That would let me know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this really is real. And Leaf isn't dead. But I can't. I know! Look at them. Very cute. We still need to worry about that dragon. At least, that was what I thought. But... My. What a touching scene. The two lovers were able to overcome the challenges presented to them, and they lived happily ever after. Fairy tales are supposed to go something like that, aren't they? A cool, icy laugh creeps down my spine. I can't see the speaker, but I know who it is. That voice, that low, mocking, could only belong to one person. Lynette, is that you? Show yourself, you vile witch! I don't particularly like answering to vile witch. But it is incredibly rude to address one by an insult rather than their own name. But I suppose that is as much courtesy as I can expect from a girl who would rather be a knight than a real person. What do you mean? I am a real person. I am undisputably real. Now, where are you hiding? What are you trying to say? And the pauses. She glances around, eyes a little too wide. What happened to the dragon? What happened to the dragon indeed? It should be rather obvious. But you were never the sharpest spearhead in the armory. If you're still confused, mayhap I shall spell it out for you, my dear. And then it appears upon the bout of a nearby tree, one leg folded over the other. She wears her favorite black robe, her long hair falling over her shoulders in waves. Her hood is up, as per usual, obscuring her face. I can't see her eyes or her nose, but her mouth remains visible, her lips curled in a truly chilling manner. I am the beast which you fought. I am the beast which you fought against so ardently. I am the dragon that lurks within these woods, and I have killed untold scores of young men over the years. Oh, she's the dragon. No! That cannot be. But it is, if I remember it well. My memory is not nearly as poor as yours, my dear Leaf. The men who tried to stand against me were all so young, so bold, so brave. They were determined to prove themselves. They wanted to impress their beloved, or rescue others, or taste glory. But all they tasted, in the end, was the gall, defeat. None were able to best me. I was quite without peer. My ferocity knew no bounds. I could cut down the elderly woman, or child without hesitation. It was different when I faced her, though. It was always different with her. I have no idea what it is you speak of. You are talking in riddles. I thought you said we met earlier, that you did not wish to hurt us. You claimed you had no desire to cause us harm. I don't. That much still holds true. Though I tried to kill you not just 5 minutes hence. You must understand, I wasn't quite in my right frame of mind. My body warps and twists during the full moon. I become a horrid dragon, the likes of which you could find in any fairy story. I cannot control my bloodlust during this time. But when I wake the following morning as a human woman, I remember all the atrocities I committed. My hands are stained with blood. I never wished to take any lives. I was cursed, and it is a cross I have borne for centuries. Right. So you're the dragon. I mean, at this point, why not? I think this force is quite what it seems. Maybe I'll turn into a vampire for God's sake. I could imagine it'd be preferable to being a short, dainty human girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. It's a free-for-all. But if you were cursed, how did you turn back into human? I wasn't able to best you. It makes no sense. Now that can be explained quite simply. The curse was lifted, albeit momentarily, by a talisman your little friend carries. The trinket in your pocket may seem like a piece of bric-a-brac. It contains within it a high concentration of magical power. It was enough to save you during your fall. And it was even able to revert the curse placed upon me. Though the full moon remains high in the sky. I know not where the necklace came from, but I knew it would be powerful enough when I first sensed it. I hoped it would be enough to sever the curse that binds me. And I hoped it would be enough to finally open your blind eyes to the truth. What truth? What are you talking about? So you still have not realized after all that Edmund told you. How sad. Lynette Tuts. You really are dense. How could you have not figured it out yet? It is enough to make me cry. Wait. But I suppose I can always give you another hint. Do you recognize me now? Lynette jumps down from the tree. She lands nimbly, like a cat, her hood falling from her face during the descent. Her fabric bunched back to reveal the features of she hid for far too long. Finally, I'm face to face with the witch. And when my eyes meet hers, I find myself gasping. Though her hair and eyes are different, her features are remarkably similar to Leaf's. Everything about them, from the shape of her nose to the curve of her lips, is almost identical. What is this? Leaf draws back aghast. Why do you have my face? Again, they don't have the same face. We're missing freckles. This must be some kind of trick. Ah, yes, I thought you might say that. That is why I went to the courtesy of hiding my real face from you. I rather wanted to avoid this tedious confrontation. I hoped you would remember yourself when given due time, but I forgot how very stubborn you are. You've always been a handful. I have no idea what you're talking about. I do not know what you are. I do not know you at all. Stop trying to trick me. Oh, please, as if I could try to trick you. If I truly wished to cause you harm, I would have eaten you while I was still under the influence of that awful enchantment. But I was able to hold myself back. I would have wanted to hurt you, even if you are to blame for all of this. No, I am not! Yes, you are. You might not remember it. Perhaps one could say you conveniently forgot. But you are the one who distorted this forest with your magic on that fateful day, all those years ago. No! That cannot be true! If it is, and we have all been paying the price for it, this was all your fault, Elizabeth, my little sister. Your sister, no! Leaf, or Elizabeth, takes another step back. Her eyes a little too wide for her face. I am not. I cannot be. I am. Leaf. Aren't I? That is what you seem to believe, but you have been asleep for a very, very long time. Your mind must be muddled, my dear sister. But worry not, I will tell you everything, whether you want to hear it or not. We can't keep dancing around this issue any longer. You really are my sister. You're the cause of all this chaos, and it is time for you to take responsibility for your actions. Once upon a time, a long time ago, myths and legends ran rampant across England. The people believed the shape-shifting monsters really did prowl the forests, and stories of King Arthur were widely circulating. In those tumultuous times, magic thronged the air, and fairies were a simple matter of course. That was one of the few things the residents of our small island could agree on. During this era, the country was split into numerous kingdoms, all vying for power. In north, there was Bernica and Dara. In the south, Wessex, Sussex, and Kent. One of the largest kingdoms was Mercia, which was situated in the center of England. This kingdom was ruled by King Cornwulf, and later, King Sinehelm, who was canonized as a saint. Sinehelm ascended the throne when he was but a young boy, and oft had prophetic dreams. One such dream warned him of his imminent death. And the following day, during the hunt in the forest with his power-hungry relatives, his head was severed from his shoulders by his sister's lover, Ascabert. The tangled lives in Mercia's many rulers has little to do with our tale, however. We needn't concern ourselves with disgraced or deposited royalty. For the present, at least. This story begins with a significantly more mundane list of dramatic personae. In Mercia, near the border of East Anglia, there was a peasant family. They were a normal family who lived in a small, humble home in a small, humble settlement. The family was comprised of a mother, a father, and 2 daughters. They loved one another dearly. Their family were not as ordinary as they first appeared. However, the mother, you see, and her 2 daughters after her, had been blessed by the fairies, and they could see and do things other humans could not. The family earned their coins by selling herbs and potions to weary travelers, and in doing so they were able to make a decent living. They did not earn so very much that they could eat rabbit or venison on the regular, but they could buy food regardless and fix the holes in their thatched roofs. Time tickled by, and this family were happy and well contented with one another. Their lives were not glamorous by any means, but they were surviving, which is more than could be said for some. That is, at least until a deposit Prince of East Anglia heard about this intriguing family. This prince had been quite overlooked by his father, and would never ascend the throne despite, perhaps because of, his vaulted ambition. He had been written out of his father's will entirely, and was his young brother. Not he. No, who became East Angelia's next ruler. The prince could not stand this slight against his honor, and so, in an act of rebellion, he traveled the land, searching for somebody who could help him reclaim what he thought was his birthright. It did not take the prince all that long before he heard rumors about the family of witches that lived in Mercia, and their beautiful daughters. According to local legends, these two daughters were unnaturally powerful. The potions brewed by their slender hands could calm all raging fevers, prevent any manners or infections, or even reverse death. These girls could make plants grow simply by singing to them, and their blood contained healing properties that could close up all wounds. They could see fairies, they could speak to them, they could speak to the animals that roamed the woods too, from the smallest bird to the grisliest angry bears. Flowers bloomed where they walked. They were the forever coated in a faint, sweet fragrance, like honey. These girls were witches, yes? That much was obvious. But they were white witches, pure and good, who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to helping others. The prince knew a bit of magic himself, but his powers were not strong enough to chance a coup. First, he needed support. And where better to find that than in the arms of a beautiful witch? The prince set off to meet this family, his demand heavy on his lips. He wanted to marry the oldest daughter, who, at the time, was in her 18th year, and bring her back to his kingdom. Then the two of them would use their powers to overthrow his young brother and forcibly take the throne. The disposed prince offered the family precious jewels and gold and any number of beautiful clothes in exchange for the older sister's hand. But the girl's parents hesitated. They loved their two daughters. They did not wish to be parted of them. Neither did they trust the prince's ambitions. The schemes were far too lofty. They feared his bloody rebellion would only result in the death of their older daughter. The older daughter, too, was skeptical. She found the prince rude, boorish, a rude, boorish sort of man, and she would sooner have wed one of the wild wolves that roam the forest than take his hand. At least, brutish animals can be tamed by kind words and affectionate gestures. Brutish men, on the other hand, they are an entirely different matter. Well, you can imagine how well this unanimous rejection went down with this prince. So enraged was he at being scorned by his social inferiors, he cast a curse upon the older sister, whose beauty had captured his heart. He cursed her so that during the full moon, her visage would be transfigured into hideous dragons. In her cursed form, she would be doomed to kill all those who stood in her path, consumed by the prince's own deluded hatred and anger. By the by, the prince himself was assassinated when he returned to his own kingdom, East Angelia. His younger brother had, quite wisely, ascertained that his sibling was plotting against him, and he wanted to nip the promised rebellion in the bud before it could bloom. The younger brother shed no tears over this, for he had never much cared for the company of his older sibling. Neither had anybody else. Can you imagine why? But I digress. Though they disposed Prince's magic power was not particularly strong, his hatred reinforced his lackluster abilities. The curse held firm. No matter how the girl's frantic family tried to lift it, it was all quite useless. Left with no other choice, the mother and father turned to their younger daughter for help. Please, dear Elizabeth, they pensioned her. Though you are only young, we are in need of your aid. You can travel across Mercia to find an antidote that can free your sister of the prince's curse. The younger sister was only 15 years old at the time, and she was helplessly naive. She had spent most of her life in her parents' home, brewing potions and picking mushrooms in the nearby forest. It was a quiet, sedentary kind of life, peaceful and quiet without any promise of adventure. The girl had quickly tired of such existence, and had always longed to explore the outside world. Cruel though it was, she could not help but be somewhat pleased by her older sister's condition. To finally get a chance to travel on her own. Freedom was now hers, and she intended to savor it. All right, my dear mother and father, she said, the very picture of contrition. I shall do my best to help my sister. You stay here and watch over her, and I shall help her. You have my word. But the whole while the girl's heart was pounding, and her palms were sweating. She could taste opportunity on her tongue. Finally, she would have adventure and excitement, and maybe she would be able to make a few friends. Be just like the myths and legends her mother had told her. This was the moment that her life would begin. And so the young girl set off on a journey into the unknown. She traversed Mercia by foot, a cloak draping over her shoulders to fend off the wintry wind, and she searched for an antidote to lift her sister's curse. She knew she had to hurry, for during the next full moon her sister would transform in a wicked dragon, and then she would pull all those she loved in mortal peril. The girl traveled far and wide until her feet were rubbed red raw, but she was unable to find an antidote to help her sister. She did, however, see a great many unusual sights, and none of them were more unusual than the tale that I am to recount now. One day, the sun was high. The girl spotted two knights spying in the forest, their swords crossing, with each clanging. Now, the sight, in and of itself, would not be very unusual. Hundreds of young men across Mercia wished to be knights too, no doubt inspiring the stories of King Arthur and his peerless courage and chivalry. Mercia was constantly at war with its neighboring kingdoms, and the young men across the land wished to provide the metal. They wanted to hone their skills with the bow and sword, so that they might fight the invaders of Daria, or East Angelia, or Wexex. But there was something rather unusual about one of the knights. They were not wearing a helmet, Perhaps they cannot afford one. And their body was concealed, not with shining armor, but with a green tunic. Their face, hair, was loose. Their fair hair was loose and streamed behind her like a banner. It didn't take the wandering girl long to uncover that this supposed knight was in fact a woman. The girl had never seen a woman wield a sword before. She had not thought it possible. It seemed like something from a story. The woman was fending off a foe far taller than she. She did not falter, neither did she seem to be at all afraid. She continued to dance about her foe like a dust mote, flickering first here and there, until her foe was quite dazed. Until with a long clang, the woman's sword struck true, her foe fell. "That was a good match, dear brother," the woman said, sheathing her sword. "But I'm afraid it wasn't good enough. Try as you might, you will never be able to best me."
But Leaf, the man wincing as he drew his helmet off his head. "Do you not see what you are doing? You are worrying our poor father sick, playing at being a knight like this. You don't even have a helmet, nor any real armor."
You can always get me yours. You can always give me yours.
"You know I cannot. This was our grandfather's. He wore it to do battle with East Angelians. He was a fine warrior, but he still died on the battlefield. You meanwhile are only a woman. Do you not see how much danger you are putting yourself in?"
"I may be a woman, Edmund," said Leaf archly, "but I was able to defeat you, was I not?"
"Yes, but
"Then you needn't worry about me. I will continue to fight, and you can stay at home and look after father. I shall protect your country in your stead."
But you shouldn't be protecting anything. As a woman, you should be back home cooking and cleaning. Your place is by the hearth."
"Oh, my dear brother," said Leaf, smiling gently. "You know that you have always been the better cook than I, and I can scarcely thread a needle. I am all fingers and thumbs. Really, I was not cut out for delicate things like that."
"Then how can you stand and swing a sword about?"
"It's different."
"I fail to see how. A woman who can't thread a needle has no business fighting. No one day you will get killed."
"And one day, my dear brother, you make yourself sick with worrying. Do not fret so much. I shall be fine."
But Leaf,
"And before I go, I think I will take Maponos with me. He may make my journey rather simple." Leaf made her way over to the white horse, who was tied up nearby a tree stump. Her defeated brother could only watch, nurturing the wound in his chest with narrowed eyes.
"You can't tell what you're doing, Leaf. Women should not fight. It is an affront to God."
"I think it would be more of an affront to me to remain at home, my head bowed, when I know the East Angelians are plotting to attack. I know my services could be of some use in tumultuous times such as this. We must do all we can. I would rather protect my father from foes than poison him with my sorry attempt at cooking."
"You're being ridiculous. Please listen to reason."
But Leaf did not listen. Patience was never been one of her strongest points. Instead, she seated herself upon her brother's horse. Maponos had always liked her more anyway, and turned galloping off through the forest. Elizabeth thought of this encounter long after the sound of the horse's hooves caved into a distant memory. She thought of the strange girl as she made her way to a nearby inn, and she thought of the girl as she ate the food and she thought of the girl when she went to sleep at night. Now there was somebody who was living life to its fullest. The female knight had been bold and bright, her smile even warmer than the sunshine. Her eyes blue had been blue enough to drown in like twin lakes, in hair streaming gold corn. She had just been brave. She had not just been brave, though that in itself had been enough to make Elizabeth's heart pound. She had been very beautiful, too. If I could explore the lands like that, unfettered, Elizabeth mumbled to herself as she tried, and failed, to come to sleep at night. Would I be able to smile like her? If only I could, I did not have to return home then. Elizabeth didn't finish that thought. Not aloud, at least. She could not let herself ponder the possibility of not returning home. For her parents and her older sister were relying on her. They needed her to find a cure for her sister's enchantment, so their lives could go back to normal. Back to normal? Does that mean I would be picking mushrooms in the forest and grinding medicine with a mortar and pestle until the day I die? Elizabeth was not particularly enthused by that idea. She just wanted to explore Mercia. Most desperately, she just wanted to when she was younger. Now she has a chance. She did not wish to return. I need to do a quick bio break again. Hydrations are damned. Be right back. Seeing that night had filled her mind with thoughts and dreams, even more numerous than the stars beyond the window of her decrepit inn. She looked like she was enjoying life, regardless of what others said. I wish I could be like her. Like that, too. But Elizabeth was sure she would never see that girl again. Mercia was a large kingdom, and their encounter had been nothing more than a fluke. It would be most unlikely for their paths to cross a second time. But the fates work in mysterious ways. It was not 1 week later the pair met anew. Elizabeth had been searching the forest, looking for any rare herbs or flowers that might be able to help her sister. When it happened, two men approached her. Natty cloaks pulled low over their faces. Though she could not see their eyes, she knew their crooked smiles. A few missing teeth here and there, and smell of alcohol on their breath. What a lovely young girl! Now what you doing in the forest all by yourself, little lass? Would you care to come with us? We have somewhere nice and warm you can stay. To rest your aching bones. Let us take care of you. Why don't you? Elizabeth got to her feet, her teeth gritted, her fingers gripping about the hilt of a small knife she held, concealed in her pocket. She used the knife to cut the stems of flowers and plants more neatly, so as not to waste their precious sap. But it would be more than enough to slice the delicate skin of even a grown man's throat. Though Elizabeth had led a sheltered life, she knew exactly what those men wanted. They were nothing more than crooks, who preyed upon innocent girls who did not know any better. They reeled them in with enticing promises like warmth and safety, and took advantage of them. These girls were sold into slavery, or worse. Elizabeth had no desire to meet such a fate. She still had to save her sister. You're a quiet one, aren't you? One of the men crooned to her, gritting unpleasantly. Can't got your tongue. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Come on, girlie. Don't be shy. He won't hurt you. We just want to help you. What do you say, eh? Elizabeth sighed her adversaries up. They were taller than she was, but she was sure she could defeat them. She was rather skilled with a knife. She cut up many herbs in her time, and what's more, she knew magic. She doubted the men would be able to best her if she set their cloaks on fire. She weighed up her options, waiting for the precious moment to strike. But Elizabeth, as transpired, never had the dirtier hands. A voice cried out, startling her and both the men. Enough! Enough, brigands! You leave this young maiden alone. It was a feminine voice, which sounded distinctly familiar. Upon hearing it, Elizabeth both found herself shaking. She turned, hardly daring to believe, and yet, there she was, standing astride a white horse. It was the knight she'd seen sparring in the forest 1 week prior. Miss Knight! Oh, you know me, the face said, a small smile on her face. I suppose I should be flattered. It seems my reputation precedes me. Hey! Some one of the men cried out, annoyed at the interruption. What's a woman like you doing out here? On a horse, no less. I'm just passing by when I happened to see you two knaves threaten our poor woman. Now, be away with you. Unless you wish to taste my sword. A woman with a sword, is it? Now that's rather novel. Some people might find it amusing, but I find it tedious. You should know your place. You speak to her not like that? Leaf asked archly. I believe you are the ones who should know their place. But no matter. I can soon educate you. Leaf watched on as her eyes her eyes wide as Leaf dismounted with her horse and drew her sword. The two men, as it transpired, were armed with daggers, but they were still no match for Leaf's woes. Though they had looked down upon her as a mere woman, their complacency was her downfall. Leaf dispatched both of them in under 30 seconds, and she did not even break a sweat. Well, that really counts as an exercise, Leaf said, as the two scoundrels ran off through the trees. What a shame, but I suppose I can't expect too much from brigands like that, my lady, she said, now turning to Elizabeth. Are you hurt? Elizabeth was not particularly hurt. No, but her heart was pounding harder than it ever had before, and her cheeks were burning. For some reason it was hard to simply look into the knight's eyes, but Elizabeth knew she had to try. She had dreamed of seeing the knight again, and now her wildest fantasies had been fulfilled. She could not let that moment pass. You can do this, Elizabeth told herself. Do not be a wet blanket now. Just talk to her. So Elizabeth opened her mouth and said hesitantly, Oh, no. I'm quite alright, thank you. Well, if you are sure, Eve said, after a pause. And do you have anywhere to return to? Where is it you are going? About that, well, the thing is, I don't rightly know. You do not know where you're going? No, not entirely, at least. For, you see, Elizabeth knew she should tell the knight about her mission, but she did not want to think of her family, or their problems. She had been tied to them for her whole life, but now she had a chance to escape. Selfish though it might have been, she wanted to experience life for herself. On her own terms. She wished to live the way she wanted to live. To learn about what the true happiness felt like. If she was with the knight, Elizabeth was sure even a gloomier girl like her would be able to smile. And so she said, after much deliberation, Excuse me, my knight, but, I was wondering something. What is it, my lady? The knight asked, smiling. Oh, she always smiled. Do you need help with something? I'd be happy to help, to aid you. Well, it's just, that is, Elizabeth said, stumbling over her words like a reluctant Tony. Her cheeks turned pink and she shook her head. Then she tried again. It is not I who needs your help, but rather I was wondering if you needed me. Oh, and why should you say that? Are you offering me your services? That is right. You helped me once, so I thought it would be only right to return the favor. And I am not bad at healing, Elizabeth confessed shyly. She could not help but be shy. This was her first time, You understand talking to a girl close to her own age. Say her sister. I know a bit about herbs, too. If you ever find yourself in any danger, you can rely on me. I promise. So you wish to accompany me on my journey? I do, Elizabeth said, nodding her head. I do indeed. I wish to be more than anything. I wish to do that more than anything. Oh, why would a nice girl like you wish to accompany me? I'm impulsive, and impetus. I always run, heading into danger. I would not want to hurt you and put you in harm's way. Oh, but you will not be harming me, Elizabeth argued, her face alight with possibilities. I want to journey with you because... Because? Be because I've never had the chance to travel before. And I want to see some of the world that surrounds me. It was frightening on my own. But if I could be with you, I think I would grow to appreciate life a little more. Elizabeth knew, deep down, that she was making a poor decision. Her parents had sent her off into Mercia, so she could help her sister. But after meeting Leaf, the net was the last thing on her mind. Isabel had led a sheltered kind of life. Her parents said it was for her own good. You know magic, Elizabeth. Others caught you on your own, you would be in danger. Will often try to use witches to their own ends, but Elizabeth was less certain. All her life, she had wanted to explore the world beyond the walls of her parents' home. Now she had the chance. She didn't want to waste it. Why should she care overly much about her sister's fate anyway? Lynette was older than her by 3 years, and her elder sister, Lynette, was supposed to care for her, but nothing could be further from the truth. Lynette was a bully who often delegated tasks to Elizabeth, and whenever things went wrong, Elizabeth always received the blame. Elizabeth loved her sister, she supposed, but did not particularly like her. In the end, it was almost too easy for Elizabeth to walk away from all of that. She asked the knight, her eyes shining with admiration, if she could join her. The knight, after some deliberation, they agreed. That is how the two girls came to travel across Mercia together, fighting monsters that posed a threat to the general populace, and sleeping beneath the stars. Elizabeth used her magic to craft Leaf a new sword that would not shatter, and armor that could protect her family from any foe. The young witch had never used her powers to create items that could kill before. She had only ever used her magic hands to make potions or heal wounds. But everything was different now. Elizabeth felt different too. She cared for Leaf more than she had cared for anybody else. She desperately wanted to help her on her quest. Others mocked Leaf's attempts to become a knight, but Elizabeth would always support her. That was because she loved her. Whenever skirmishes erupted between Mercia and eastern Anglia, or Mercia and Daria, or Mercia and Wessex, Leaf was there to fight sword in hand. The knights who would have objected to a woman's presence had little say when Leaf disguised her identity beneath cold, unfeeling armor. When they didn't know Leaf was a woman, she was welcomed like any soldier might be, and all praised her skill with the sword. Leaf might have been a woman, but she was not at all squeamish when it came to blood. She could cut down any number of men with relative ease. Her movements light and nimble, as though she was dancing. She didn't pause, and neither did she falter. Her confidence in herself never wavered, and her pride as a knight was unshakable. She was a model knight through and through. But mostly, at the moment the truth behind Leaf's gender was revealed, the knights she had once fought with equals began to distance themselves from her. No longer did they see her skill and raw talent, instead they asked, brows raised, what a woman was doing on the battlefield. Why was she not at home peeling carrots and soaking the fire and tending to her father? These questions fell thick and heavy like snow. until Leaf began to buckle under the pressure. Perhaps that was why, some 2 years after she began adventuring with Elizabeth, she came to a conclusion. I'm going to defeat the dragon that lurks deep in the nearby forest, said Leaf decidedly. Then, I will prove to everyone how fierce I am about being a knight. Nobody will be able to mock or insult me then. But it will be dangerous, Elizabeth said, who had heard the stories about the vicious dragon. What if it hurts you? You'll be fine. You'll be there with me, like always, and you should be able to heal me. You've proven yourself to be an excellent nurse during our ventures. It is true I can heal scrapes and cuts, but you have never picked a fight with a dragon before. It has killed dozens and dozens of men. Will you be able to best it? I should think so. Yes. Many men have charged it and failed. I should be the first woman. It has never killed a member of the fair sex before. And it never shall either. You say that, but are you getting cold feet? You're beginning to sound like my dear brother. No, I don't mean to tell you what to do. Of course I will go with you, of course, Elizabeth said, mustering up what little scraps of determination she had. Elizabeth was afraid of facing a dragon. But more than that, she was afraid of Leaf facing the dragon. She did not want Leaf to die. She'd been traveling with her for 2 years at this point, and Leaf was her whole world. She had abandoned her family, who had loved her dearly, so she could travel by Leaf's side. And if Leaf died, she didn't know what she would do. She adored Leaf from the bottom of her heart. But Elizabeth had never told Leaf this. She was too shy, too awkward, too afraid, and rejected. All she could do was help Leaf from afar. It was more than enough for her. Elizabeth told herself. She would be content. She would content herself with that much. Only Leaf stay alive. Leaf meant to challenge that fierce dragon. Elizabeth would do all she could to help her. Their fates were inexorable, tied together. Wherever Leaf went, Elizabeth would follow. That was simply how things were. Carter knew. Elizabeth steeled her nerves. Though she was afraid, she refused to let it show. She chased the shivers from her legs, and accompanied Leaf as she delved deeper into the forest. The trees surrounded them on all sides, and the sun was beginning to sink beneath the horizon. The night sky was dark and velvety. The wind caressed Elizabeth's cheek. She shivered. It ran through her hair and danced through the trees like dozens of whispers, a whole patchwork of disembodied voices. But Elizabeth was with Leaf. She was not afraid. That was what she told herself, at least. When the dragon finally did appear, Leaf felt her courage desert her. One look from the beast's eye was enough for the girl to finally realize what, or rather whom, that dragon was. In a way, Elizabeth had known the moment she had heard the rumors of a savage village. Rumors of savage village, charred trees, and a wake of dead or dying knights with broken limbs and twisted necks. These stories had only begun to crop up a couple of years prior, After Elizabeth had left home, she had told herself she would find an antidote, but she never did. She had instead been quite swept up by Leaf and her love, the promise of a new, exciting life. She had tried to forget her family, but they had not forgotten her. Elizabeth could not. Elizabeth could see the recognition in the dragon's eyes, and it almost destroyed her. Her sister, still lurking inside that fearsome beast, it was delirium to recognize her. Lynette was in there somewhere, and Elizabeth did not want to hurt her. She did not want to hurt anybody, but she had no choice. Random thing somewhere. Cool. All Elizabeth could do was watch, frozen, her eyes wide as her beloved knight and her own sister began to fight. Claws locked against Leaf's sword, sparks flew in the sky. The dragon howled, and Elizabeth clapped her hands over her ears and cowered in fright. She had always been a crybaby. That was why Lynette had teased her so much. Lynette had told her there were monsters in the forest with razor-sharp teeth, and had believed her unquestionably. But Lynette had been right. She was the monster now. She had destroyed her own home, killed her parents. She left unchecked. She would kill everybody else. Lynette had murdered dozens of once brave knights, all desperate of bringing her down. It was all Elizabeth's fault. If she had found an antidote for her sister, none of this would have happened. She had failed. I will not let you get the better of me. Leaf and the dragon exchanged blows. Leaf was able to pierce through the dragon's heart with her enchanted blade. But the dragon was berserk with rage, and it was not content to die so easily. It clung onto life, desperate to take at least one person down with it. The dragon turned its head, teeth bared, and, with what little energy it had left, it struck out with its sharp claws. Leaf tried to dodge, but for once, the one time when it really mattered, she was too slow. The dragon caught her with its sharpened claws. It ran her through. The dragon's mighty talons pierced Leaf's ribcage, and blood sputtered from Leaf's mouth. Droplets of blood splashed the front of Leaf's shirt. They dotted the ground. She was dying. But even as her grip on her blade slackened, her knees hit the ground with a series of dull thuds. There was a small smile upon Leaf's face. She had not been defeated. She had been defeated, yes, but before she took her last breath, she'd finally been able to prove her worth. She had killed the dragon. No! Leaf, or is it Elizabeth, staggered. Her hands clasped over her ears. Her face is unhealthily pale. Her body is trembling from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes. No! That can't be right! It isn't true, but I... It looks like you remember now. The truth is finally beginning to come back to you. Bits and pieces. No! That isn't it. It can't be true! It's not! You can try to deny it all you want. It's a futile effort. Even you must have realized by now how irresponsible little sister. You liked Leaf so much you could not help but idolize her. To you, she was not just a knight. She was a shining beacon of hope. She might as well have been a saint. Saint Leaf. Can you imagine it? Then I'd scoff. But for your daughter, she was not indestructible. She merely acted like she was. She tried to face me, put on a most valiant display. It took all that I had to strike her down. In the end, it killed me. No. But it killed her too. No, that's not... He looks at her hands, her palms facing inward, upward. Her whole body is shaking. Her eyes are a little too large. If I am Elizabeth, then why did I think I was Leaf when I woke up? Why was I wearing her clothes and holding her sword? That I cannot say for certain. Only you know the answer to that question. But you are Elizabeth. That much is irrefutable. After all, the brave knight who killed me did not look a bit like you. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. But your hair and eyes are brown. Her hair was blonde? Yes, indeed. I remember it clearly. She really was beautiful. Like a doll. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale. But you've always been plain. Only features alike. But everybody said I was a pretty sister. Sisters, I see. Maybe that is right. Elizabeth presses her fingertips against her face. She feels her cheeks, then her lips, and the bridge of her nose, as though touching them for the first time. She runs her fingers through her hair, smoothing out all the knots and tangles in her brown hair. She lifts her head, eyes narrowed, and says, I knew she was going to die, but I couldn't accept that. She meant everything to me. I loved her, and I never told her. I was too much of a coward. But still, I wanted to save her. I could not let her disappear. So what did you do? How did you help her? I carried her body deep into the forest. She was faint and losing lots of blood, but she wasn't dead. I laid her to rest inside a secret glade and protected it with any number of enchantments. It was hard work. I used so much magic. Tips on my fingers felt numb, and the blood in my veins ran cold. But I was determined to protect her. I refused to let anything harm her. And then, I placed a spell on her with my very last vestiges of magic. I enchanted that pendant Mother gave me. You remember it? It was a gift for my 13th birthday. Ah, yes. That pendant. It was the only trinket that really made... Really? It was only a trinket really made of a hollowed out bone and knotted with a leather cord. But it made me jealous all the same. It did not seem fair that my foolish younger sister could receive jewelry when you hadn't features to set it off. It was wasted on you. I know. You told me that several times, and you tried to steal it from me. Oh my. Did I really? Yes. You tried to steal everything I owned, but I kept it close. You broke my cup and ball and all my dolls. But I never let you get your grubby fingers on that. It was one of my most treasured possessions. And you gave that one trinket to your little knight? I did so. I could protect her. I didn't have anything else at hand. And I wanted so badly for her to live. I enchanted that necklace when I draped it over Leaf's neck. Thought she could rest in that glade, protected by my manifold enchantments. She would be safe. She would sleep forever, like a princess, from a fairy story. But she wouldn't die. She would stay alive, despite her wounds, and I could curl up by her side forever in that grassy hollow. I just wanted to stay with her. I wanted to protect her. No matter what happened, I wanted to be with her. Yes, yes, how very touching. It really is a sweet story, but your magic was rather more potent than you thought. What do you mean? Your spell saved Leaf, yes, but it had repercussions. Your magic worked its way through the roots of the trees and soil beneath our feet. It imbued this whole forest with a strange, peculiar kind of magic that attracted fairies and goblins and wraiths. Indeed. Your emotions must have been running rampant, because that enchantment of yours was quite out of control. It gave new life to the remains of the knights, which I had long since defeated. It reached Leaf's helpless brother too, for he ventured into the forest, meaning to deter her from fighting the dragon. He wasn't able to make it in time. Her enchantment kept him bound to this forest, unable to move on. It bound me to this forest too. Leaf killed me. Your spell gave a new lease on life. I was still alive, but barely. I was able to step foot too far away beyond this forest before disentangling. I have been chained to these woods hundreds of years. I have been quite lost and lonely all these years, with nobody to talk to save for Leaf's brother, and he was quite single-minded, I fear. He did not make for a very good conversational partner. Leaf was the only thing that he wanted to talk about. I tried to find the root, cause the spell so I could break it, but all your enchantments kept me away. I wasn't able to find it. I have been trapped here for hundreds of years while you slept peacefully, unaware of how many problems you and your stupid teenage feelings caused. My feelings weren't stupid. They meant a lot to me. I truly loved Leaf. Does that give you ample excuse to abandon your duties and run off with the shiny new toy? This shiny new toy, as you so call her, was nice to me, which more than can be said to you. Leaf takes a step towards her sister, eyes narrowed. You were supposed to be my sister. You were supposed to look out for me, but it was the exact opposite. When we were growing up, you were my worst enemy. You threw my shoes in the river, and you tried to tie my hair into knots so tight I would have to cut short, and you kicked me under the table at dinner time. You plucked all the blackberries from the forest in the summer, and you never let me have any of them. You ate them all, every last one, even when you got the juice all over your lips and cheeks. You gave yourself a stomachache. You couldn't sleep that night because it hurt too much, and I refused to give you any medicine, and I was the one who got scalded. Elizabeth stands there, trembling, her gaze directed at the ground. When you were cursed, I felt glad. I could never get the better of you, but that prince did. I was pleased you finally got what you deserved. Do you think I deserve to suffer for centuries based on some little childhood squabbles? That might have seemed petty to you, but I was a child back then, and those squabbles were my whole life. I lived a life being pinched discreetly with father's back was turned and having my things stolen and my clothes cut up. It was so bad I couldn't handle it anymore. I couldn't stand there. Thought of going back to that house. And all your mean-spirited abuse. The only thing I could do was run away. I just wanted to be happy. And a fine mess that made of it. Just like you did with everything else. Your pursuit of happiness caused this whole forest. It damned us all. Elizabeth winces at this thought, some of her self-righteous anger evaporating. She looks at her feet, her expression heavy and sighs. I know. You're right about that. And I suppose I do feel guilty. You were always cruel to me. Whatever meant for you to suffer so. I truly do not believe you deserved such torment, though you used to poke yourself sewing needles under my fingernails when we were young. You teased me and pulled my hair, and sometimes you scratched me so hard I bled. But you were still my sister. You did care about me, deep down. But you cared about your knight more? Maybe. I loved you as a sister. But that was born from a sense of obligation. When it came to Leaf, though, I don't know. I adored her. I loved her. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to. She made me so happy that... You could not accept that she was gone, and you were roused from your slumber centuries later. She meant so much to me that I suppose my memories must have been muddied. My dreams during those centuries must have revolved around her. When I awoke, I really did think I was her. I knew so much about her. It was easy for me to confuse her memories with my own. She had told me so much about her past during the 2 years we were together, and I'd always wished I could be like her. Eventually, I convinced myself I was her. But now I know I was deluded. If I had realized I was really Elizabeth, the witch who betrayed her own big sister, the guilt might have consumed me. So you feel guilty? I was beginning to worry. At least I know you're still a human. That's right. I am a human. I've always been a human. I feel things too much and my feelings get hurt easily. I cry a lot. I know that this is why you used to bully me so much. I must admit, your reactions were most amusing. But that was not who I wanted to be. I wanted to be strong and brave like her. I wanted to smile like the sun. But I did not want to regret who I was. I did not want to regret my past. I wasn't always very happy when I was alive. When Marnie gave me a second chance, I was determined to follow Leaf's example. I wanted to be happy like her. But I am not her. I am Elizabeth. Not Leaf, then. Elizabeth glances around the forest, her brow furrowed. What happened to her? Was her magic able to heal her, or... I swallow. I'm playing close into this back and forth between these estranged sisters, all the while doing my very best to piece this complex narrative together. I'm not particularly smart, Miss Partridge might be the very first person to attest to that, but all that talk about trinkets made me wonder. If Elizabeth left Leaf with an enchanted pendant, then... I'm not exactly certain, but I think I know what happened to Leaf. You do? I have a... What would you say in silent witness? Hunch? No, that's not quite right. I think I would have probably said... Hypothesis. Oh my! How amazing! You sound like a detective, Marnie! I'm not sure what a detective is, but for a human without any magical powers whatsoever, you're awfully astute. Go on, then. What is your hypothesis, human girl, with a strange name? Thinks I have a strange name? It's definitely a case of pot calling the kettle black. But I'll digress for that later. Disregard that for now. There are more important matters at hand, and mysteries to solve. I'm so close to the truth, I can almost taste it at my fingertips. Not that fingers can taste. Lol. That sounds crazy, but... I think Leaf recovered from those injuries. She was on the brink of death after being attacked by the dragon, but Elizabeth's magic was able to save her, just in time. He cast a protection spell around the glaive that nobody could ever hope to penetrate. And then she cast an enchantment upon her mother's pendant. Her wound, she wound the pendant around Leaf's neck, and exhausted her after using so much energy she went to sleep. While Elizabeth slept, the magic imbued into the pendant worked its way through Leaf's body. She had a full recovery, and then she opened her eyes. When she woke, she was deep in the heart of the forest. Maybe she was a bit confused at first. She didn't know what had happened. But then she saw you sleeping beside her, Elizabeth. She must have figured it out. She realized that you must have used your magic to rescue her. For that, she was grateful. She didn't want your sacrifice to be in vain. So she left the enchanted glade. She left the forest. The rest is all conjecture. As for the rest of my so-called hypothesis wasn't. As if the rest of my hypothesis wasn't. But I think she continued to live in the night. She fought in many battles and drove back dozens of mysterious beasts. She made a name for herself. Became a well-respected knight across the land. Then, one day, she decided to settle down. She had a family, she had children. She lived happily ever after. She lived until the ripe old age, and she was happy. From the bottom of her heart. I met a person like you, Elizabeth. Maybe she didn't love you the way that you loved her, but she cared for you. She never stopped being appreciative. I'm sure of that. That gush. That heartwarming gush. Oh, Marnie. that really is a nice story, but that is all it is. A story. Where is your proof? Of all we know, Leaf could have staggered out of the forest in a daze and been eaten by a wolf. A wolf? Elizabeth Faith turns pale. She shudders, pressing her hand against her mouth as though she ward off her wave of nausea. No way, that would never happen. Leaf was so strong. Was such a strong, noble knight. She could look after herself. But she was weak and dazed after her skirmish with me, if you do so recall. I pride myself being a fierce woman, and even after even more fearsome dragon. She would not be so unusual if it died in the forest. Her bones might have been amongst those skeleton knights that roam this forest when the full moon is high, seeking revenge. No, that's not true. What happened? Leaf lived on. I'm sure of that. But how do you know that? Because my grandma, a few days ago, she gave me this. So saying, I reached in my pocket and extricate the clue tying us all together. The pendant comprised of a braided leather cord, a circular stone hanging from the cord, with a hole carved in the middle. The kind that looks like a big donut. When I first extricated it from the wooden jewelry box, I thought, that's all? Like an ungrateful granddaughter might. I only kept it to keep my gran happy, but now I can see its imbued with powers beyond my wildest imagination. Gran wasn't kidding when she said she had been passing it down through our family for generations. It's centuries old. And I'm sure it's the same pendant Elizabeth enchanted, right here in these woods, in a desperate attempt to save her beloved. It has to be true. It must be. That's what I want to believe, at least. And it seems, for once, my deduction is right on the money. No way! This cannot be possible. But... Lynette, do you see this? Yes, indeed. I did not get a chance to examine this before, so its exact origins were a mystery to me. But now I can tell what this pendant is quite plainly. I did wonder, but... There's no doubt about it. It's my mother's. But... Leaf approaches me, on trembling legs, fingers outstretched as she turns the pendant over. Marnie! Leaf looks up at me with large, imploring eyes. How did you get your hands on this? Like I said, Granny gave it to me. Your grandmother? But then, that means... You said it was a family heirloom. Apparently her mother gave her that necklace, but it was her grandmother who bequeathed it to her mother, and her great grandmother gave it to her grandmother, and so on and so on. I think you can see where I'm going with. Oh, I see. For the first time in so long, I finally understand. I was drawn to you, Marnie, from the very beginning. I thought it was a coincidence, but your long, blonde hair, your pale skin, even the shape of your nose. You really do look like Leaf. Yeah, I guess I probably do. I've never seen her before, but I'm sure Elizabeth is right. I'm many generations down the line, but if I trace back my family to history back enough across the complex tree comprised of tangled roots and branches, I'm quite sure I'd find her eventually. To me, Leaf might as well be a shadowy or footnote in a history book. I've never met her. I never will, and yet... my etc. etc. grandmother. Her family. So, Leaf was able to live a long and happy life. I'm glad. I'm pleased for her, but Elizabeth grits the necklace, my necklace, though I suppose once upon a time it belonged to her. Tightly, her eyes narrowed. This charm has caused far too much trouble. My desire just to save Leaf cursed this whole forest. It kept me anchored in place here, unable to leave. And all those nights too. I must have poured too much magic into this necklace. It is far too potent. If I do the enchantment, I should lift the curse. It should lift the curse. I'll finally be able to pass on, Lynette. Just like you said, just like you should. The souls haunting this place will find eternal rest. And everything will go back to normal. What do you think? Do you want to undo all the harm I've caused? I think that would be grand, yes. I wish you had thought a bit more before you cast that spell, my stupid little sister. But I suppose I cannot be too mad at you. You are my flesh and blood. You are all I have left in this world. And I may have been admirable. Abominable to you. When you were younger, you really do love me. I really do love you. I love you too, Lynette. I love you a lot. And that's why I don't want you or anybody else to suffer because of my selfishness. I'll remove this enchantment, and then you can finally rest. Elizabeth closes her eyes and mumbles something beneath her breath, light and lilting, like the ocean waves spoken in a strange foreign tongue. Can't understand. The type people speak in Anglo-Saxon England all those years ago. If my history teacher were here, I'm sure he'd have a field trip. Field day. But no. Nobody would believe a scene like this. Hundreds of years ago, people across England unanimously believed in witches and dragons and fairies. The country may have been divided into an uneven chunk, a child's birthday cake, but the superstition persisted from Sussex to Mercia. That was something that people could put their faith in. Witches and magic were real and concrete, just like saints and angels and miracles. King Cyanhelm had prophetic dreams. Many centuries ago, this was all a matter of course. But nobody believes in myths and legends now. I told my teacher about all the fantastical scenes I've witnessed, but they would never believe me. Nobody would. Instead, I vowed to keep these moments shut up inside my own head. A death-defying battle with a vicious dragon, the soft whispers of fairies amongst the trees, the lilting cadences of bygone language. I'll remember it all. Even as the magic fades from my pendant, the earth shifts beneath my feet. The net tips begin to break away. Beads of light dance throughout her body like fireworks. She's fading. But with a dying breath, she reaches out, wraps her arms around her sister's trembling shoulders. Lynette. Lynette! Oh! Lynette! Cute. We love sisterly bonds. We love sisters who bond together. Sisterly bonding is truly a spectacle for everyone to see. Fascinating, truly. It's amazing that. Adored. Lovely. Great. I'm gonna gush over that. I need a ghost for that. It's alright, is it? Elizabeth, be strong. But you... We have barely had any time together. But you're already vanishing. I know. It's sad. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I believe that wholeheartedly. Are you sure? I am now. Lynette brings her fingers to her sister's cheeks. She wipes away Elizabeth's stray tears of affection, an affectionate smile playing across her lips. Why are you crying, you silly thing? You never shed tears over me in the past. Save for when I teased you. You had no reason to be upset. But didn't you say that you were drawn to Leaf because of her smile? Yes, that's right. There were many things about Leaf I loved, but I particularly adored her smile. And please, try to smile. It would make me so happy to see you too. It would be happy to see you happy too. In the past, I teased and harassed you. I tripped you up and pinched the inside of your arms and made you cry. Really smiled then. I never thought much of it. It was little for me to do. And I liked exerting my dominance over you. It was sort of a sport to me. I never realized how much I'd hurt you. I was a hopelessly poor sister to you when I was alive. I must have been a terrible role model. But I think you turned out surprisingly well despite 1 or 2 hiccups. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Now, I can finally rest in peace. Lynette! Oh, Lynette! Lynette calls out after the... Not Lynette. Elizabeth calls out after the ghostly impression of her older sister, but it's already too late. Lynette has vanished, and so too, the starry night sky above our heads. Once the forest was enchanted by Elizabeth's immense magic, the day could turn to night, at a whim, a strange being left amongst the shadows, waiting to pounce upon any wayward humans who had lost their way. But this force is no longer strange and twisted. It has since been restored. The sun is shining like it should. Can't hear any mocking. It just whispers upon the breeze. The skeletal warriors who emerged from the fog have vanished, the decaying souls freed. This forest has finally been cleansed of its curse. I glance around, amazed. The grass had never looked more vibrant, more verdant. The blue flowers are more full of life. Birds flit amongst the trees and squirrels chase one another in the undergrowth. Everything is back to normal. Oh, and there, lying beneath the base of a sycamore tree, as a faithful pet, is an item I thought I'd lost long since. It's Grant's picnic hamper. Part of me wonders what it's doing here. I didn't abandon it far further into the forest. I suppose it hardly matters. Somehow that makes perfect sense. With the little lifting of Elizabeth's curse, all the lost things have been found. Everything has been put into its proper place. Look at this wicker hamper. I suppose you could call this a perfect, happily ever after ending. There are no more loose ends. Apart from one. So, I'm still here, huh? Elizabeth looks wondrously at her own hands. She turned them over, as though expecting them to ripple and flicker like the surface of a lake. But they don't. Her body remains unquestionably solid. I thought I might vanish with my sister, but she must have been right about me. I really am too stubborn. Still, it's quite the predicament. What am I supposed to do now? Don't you want to experience life in this century, Elizabeth? Didn't you have fun? Turns to me. Her eyes glaze as though she'd only just noticed I'm here. She blinks. Once. Twice. Thrice. Then, of course I want to experience a new life. All this time I thought I was Leaf. I tried to forget about who I really was, because my real life was so hopelessly dull. I spent most of my life in my parents' home, brewing potions. My father warned me not to wander too far, for witches were in high demand, and he feared I would come to harm. But it was too late. I came to harm every day by merely being around my sister. She always teased me. That was my life. For 15 years. It was one house and the pond behind it, the edge of the forest, but no further. I was not permitted to wander more than that. It was so dull and boring I felt like I was going to go mad. I rarely smiled. There was precious little to smile about. My days were gray and ordinary. Until you met her. That's right. Until I met her. Elizabeth glances about the forest. Newly freed from its shackles, the grasses sway gently at her feet, and the birds amongst the branches twitter jauntily to one another. If my grandpa were here, I'm sure he'd be able to name the birds, but their cries alone. There are blue tits, and chaffinches, and what else? I can't quite tell. I'm not sure. But I'm going to find out. I had a lot of fun with you, but it all ends too soon. I really had a chance to live my life before she was too torn away from me. She too was torn away from me. I used up all my magic to save her, and so I fell into an eternal slumber. While I was asleep, I forgot who I was. I forgot everything. Of course I want to lead another life. Not as Leaf, but as myself. I want to experience everything this century has to offer. I want to go for long walks through the forest, and I want to watch TV, and I would love very much, and I would very much like to know what these McDonald's hamburgers taste like. Everything is all so strange and new and exciting. And I want to experience it with you. I want to live my life like a normal girl, not a witch. That's all I ever wanted. Then, why don't you? If there's anything stopping you. I'm still here. And you're still here too. You're still here, I'm still here too. So why don't we have fun together? But, I don't know if I can. I might not deserve it. But why not? Why don't you deserve it? Because it's all my fault. Elizabeth stamped one foot against the ground, her expression contorted with a series of emotions I can't quite place. She definitely looks pained. There's also remorse in there too, and grief, and guilt. So much guilt. I'm happy I met you, Marnie. I really did have fun. I love being with you. I might have even loved you too. But I made so many people suffer because of my selfishness. My sister, and Edmund, and all those nights. My parents, who must have been worried sick, waiting for my return home. And the humans of this current century who wandered in this cursed forest and never made it back out alive. I've caused so much hurt and pain in my life. I am not a good person. I don't deserve another chance. I should remove myself from this century and reunite with my sister in the afterlife. That is all I deserve. No, you're wrong. You don't know that. Yes, I do. But I want to listen to another self-effacating, degrading word of Elizabeth has to say. I'm sick of it. I just want her happy. I want you to be happy, goddammit. And so it is. In a frenzied fit of teenage rebellion, I shut her out. I shut her the most effective way I know how. And another kiss. Push my lips against hers in a kiss. Screenshotting. Doop. Nice screenshot. Yes. And add it to the gush. Add a gush, I guess. Add a gush. Fine, add a gush. Adding a gush. The two of us stand there for a while, kissing. Elizabeth is frozen at first, like a statue. She soon responds in her mini stretcher. In my mini creations. She winds her arm around my waist, and I bow to hers. We indulge in the moment for a while, our eyes closed. My eyes grip the back, my fingers grip the back of Elizabeth's shirt, as though in an attempt to pull her even closer. Not that that's possible. We're already as close as we can get. Elizabeth has to stoop in to kiss because she's taller than I am. But then again, everybody's taller than I am. With her back arched, her chest is pressed against mine, and I can hear her heart beating, in tandem with my own. Rapid and erratic. Just like rabbits. Then I draw back. Elizabeth's eyes are glassy, her hair is a little rumpled. Marnie, you still want to kiss me? After everything that's happened? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Besides, you're cute. Especially when you blush. Elizabeth looks at me for a few moments, stunned into silence. Her lips open and close, but no more comes out. I can't help but grin at myself. It's the same smug grin I always fool myself when I've managed to steal the last hazelnut and caramel chocolate from the box of Quality Street when we have a Christmas. My dad calls it my gremlin grin, which is where I got the nickname Gizmo. Making a girl so much taller than me blush is quite satisfying. I'd like to do it more often. But Marnie! Finally, Elizabeth returns to her senses. Her mouth forms words, and soon, her words form sentences. More of them ending with question marks. I'm not really Leaf, you know. I know. But that means I've been lying about my identity this whole time. I'm not a knight. I'm a failed witch who ran away from her problems and hurt her family. How can you forgive me for that? I don't have to. I don't have anything to forgive you for. You never did anything wrong to me. You had no real experience with a sword, but you were able to stand against Leaf's brother on my behalf, and that those skeletons and the dragon. You might have been mistaken about your identity, but you weren't lying. Deep down, I think you're every bit a brave knight than Leaf was. Sorry about that. You just never had a chance to discover all the hidden courage until now. But the girl you thought I was is somebody else entirely. She's my own ancestor. She's your own ancestor. Yeah? I guess. That's right, huh? That was a bit of a weird twist, even for me. I didn't expect that. But this means you and me, it's all wrong. What's wrong about it? Is it because we're both girls? No, of course that's not the problem. I don't mind that at all. Elizabeth smiles at me, and I can't help but smile in return. Both of us laughing over a shared secret. Nobody else in Fenchapel would believe that Elizabeth is from a completely different England that existed hundreds of years ago. But she knows, and I know. And that's enough for me. It's more than enough to convince me that this really happened. But Marnie, something drew me to you. I thought you looked somewhat familiar, though I couldn't quite place it. And I was right. It has been generations, but you really do look like Leaf. It's uncanny, in fact. If you were a little taller, you'd be a spitting image. Gee, thanks for reminding me that I'm short. I roll my eyes. I know I'm tiny, you don't have to rub it in. I wasn't trying to insult you, I'm just saying. I loved Leaf. I loved her a lot. When I looked at her, my heart skipped a beat. I fantasized about her often. I had so many dreams about her. Elizabeth blushes, her eyes half-lidded. Though I'm not sensitive enough to ask about the nurture of these dreams, I can make an educated guess. I'm not completely stupid, regardless of what Miss Gillespie thinks. I was never able to confess my feelings to her. I was too scared and shy, and I didn't want to be rejected. We were only ever friends, but my feelings for her were real. I know they were. I loved her, and I can't help but see her in you. Their personalities are completely different. You're related to the woman I love. You share her blood, and you share her looks. I can't help but wonder if the person I loved really is you, or the memories of her I can see in you. I thought I cared for you, but I might have been mistaken. I don't know if I truly have forgotten Leaf. I don't think I ever will. I don't know if I can love anybody other than her, and that's why it wouldn't be fair for me to remain by your side. I don't want to give you false hope. So you're afraid you don't really love me? Please, try to understand. I know I like you, but this situation is complicated. It's hard to pick apart the feelings inside my heart. I don't really know how I'm supposed to feel. This is all too confusing. You can say that again. It's just screwed up before, but though I look like her, you said I didn't act like her, right? Not at all. Your personalities are rather different. They've always smiled valiantly. She thought that that was part of the knight's duty, alongside fighting errant knights and evil dragons. She just wanted to make everybody happy. You, however... Yeah, I get it. I'm gloomy. I hardly ever smile. Not all that much fun. I make sarcastic remarks, and I use crass language. I don't respect my elders. I'm not a knight. In fact, I'm even rotten. I'm pretty rotten. I don't know if I would go quite that far. I would. But you said you liked me all the same. I'm still a stupid teenager, and I don't know what I want to do with my life. But you saw how awkward and indecisive I am, and you still decide to stay with me. I know I'm not Leaf, but I'm Marnie. Isn't that enough? I don't know. I hope so, but then let's keep hoping, okay? I take Elizabeth's hand in my own, linking our palms together. A warm summer breeze runs through the forest. The grass at my feet dances, as do the leaves in the trees. I can smell summer in the air. The grass is studded with flowers, all soft and pastel colors, with downy petals and hanging heads. Bluebells and primroses grow beneath the shade of tall trees, and greenish sunlight filters down through the leaves of the trees. And chapel might be small, but it really is pretty. I can't believe I didn't notice it before. I used to see the worst in everything when I went here. Went through life with my head bowed, staring at the ground, so I didn't have a proper look at anybody or anything. I didn't like myself. I didn't like the world. I was bitter and cynical. But being with Elizabeth gave me a brand new perspective. What was I? She makes me feel like a better version of me. And that has to mean something, doesn't it? So I'm only a stupid teenager, and maybe my thoughts don't matter at all. But I think it does. It must. No matter what happens between you and Leaf, I'm here now, and so are you. We're still together. I want to stay together. Let's keep making each other happy, okay? Oh, Marnie, I would like that, but is that even possible? Why shouldn't it? Loads of impossible things have happened to me over the last week, compared to fighting off a huge dragon. This should be child's play. But I come from an entirely different world to you. You're from this century, and I'm from mine. No matter how much I may wish to be to the contrary, I don't have a place in your life. Then I'll make a place for you, I promise. That's because, after everything we've been through, I really do love you. Marnie! As I speak those words, I swear I can see Gran's pendant. Though I suppose it's really Elizabeth's pendant impresses itself against my skin. The pendant feels icy cold, just as it did when I discovered Elizabeth asleep in the forest, and then I rescued her from her freefall in the night's air. Is there any magic left in this old trinket, passed down for centuries upon centuries? Then I want to believe, or would hope to believe, then it can make my wish come true. I want Elizabeth to live a long, happy life that was denied her during her own time. And I want to stay with her. That's all. And then, and only then, would we be able to have her happily ever after. Aww, that's it. That's so. I love that. I love that. That was so nice. That was a good story. Oh, I'm gonna put the credits. Maybe there's something after. But like that was so good. It was so cute. I loved it. The characters are so lovable. Ebihime, always outdoing yourself. This is an older game technically, but still. Happened. Oh. So, hi, sorry. When you raided, I got a message which said, "This person has raised Sortilus so far. NA, more days to show support. Tier and include, learn more at." I was confused. I heard my radar, I was like, what the fuck is this notif about raised so far? No more number of days. Also, Ruby, you rated the worst time. I just finished the lesbian game. Literally just finished the lesbian game, Ruby. Oh wait, but first, let me just SO you. SO. Psycho Ruby Gamer. Let's see, any clips? Any clips? No clips? Big sad, never mind, okay, that's fine. What were you doing? You were playing War Thunder. No idea what that is, but hope you had fun. Hope it was fun. Oh, of course, there's always the post credits, which makes sense. Soon, too soon, in fact, my final days at Grants arrive. Coming tomorrow morning, my parents will be here to pick me up, full of the brim with tales of the sun and sea, and of course, Valentine Roth. Pretty much predict what will happen, beat for beat, word for word. Mom will gush about seeing Valentine Roth. Only he can turn her back into a geekly, starry-eyed schoolgirl, and Dad will tease her. Mom will sap at him in turn, but her cheeks will be red. She won't be able to stop smiling. Dad will hug me and ruffle my hair, and Mom will ask Grandma, Iris, if I behaved myself, and then we'll bundle me into a car. That will take my suitcase and hurtle it into the boot. Back hobbled, pretending to carry the weight of the world, and then he'll slide into the driver's seat. But what about Elizabeth, our girl? All clear, everyone. You okay back there, Gizmo? What about you, Louie? Alright then. Let's prepare for the takeoff. 3, 2, 1. Then Dad will take the keys in the ignition and shift the gear stick into first, and we're off. We'll cruise through the tree-lined driveway, turning gravel beneath our tires. Grandma will watch and wave from that doorstep, her wispy grey hair fluttering in the wind. Let her pause at the automatic wooden gates for a while, Timmy's fingers adjusting the steering wheel. The wooden gates at the end of the grandma's driveway are old and rickety. The mansion and mechanisms are open. Open them are gone. Kaput. It will always take a good 15 seconds for them to open. Far enough to allow a car to squeeze through. Then we'll be off. Drive away into the, well, not sunset because it's still relatively early and the sun is still high in the sky, but whatever. It'll be like the closing scene in a movie. Cheerful, inspiring song plays, possibly by Valentine Roth, while credits scroll along the screen, superimposed along the sky. It might sound cheesy, sure, but it's what I've been waiting for since Mum and Dad dropped me off at Grand's. I would have put up with anything, even the cooing strains of Valentine Roth playing on repeat from the car speakers. Only I could have gone back home. But now, Elizabeth is here, and she might present a big of a snag in my otherwise perfect happy ending. Mom and Dad don't know her. She's with me. They don't even know who she is. Oh, they would trick Grand into thinking she was one of my friends from school. But what will Mom and Dad think? I won't be able to use the same excuse with them. I don't know what to do. Marnie? Elizabeth seems to share my concern because she's peering anxiously into my face. What do you think your parents will think of me? They won't let me go back home with you, right? They wouldn't. That sounds unlikely. My mum is organized to a fault to create surprises. Of a variety. Of any variety. She would be upset if Elizabeth was a cat that I'd rescued from a street corner, let alone a living, breathing human girl. Where would we put her? We do have a spare bedroom, but that's reserved for guests. Well, it's true we don't get many guests. We're not an Airbnb. I'm sure Mom would tut and say, "That's the principle of things." That's the principle of things. She says that quite a lot, but I'm not entirely sure what she means by that. Personally, I think a roundabout way of saying no. I thought as much. This could be bad. Elizabeth hangs her head, eyes outcast, and bites her lower lip. I've had a lot of fun with you, Marnie. I like you a lot. I don't want to say goodbye just yet. Elizabeth. My heart twists inside my chest. It hurts. I never thought I'd feel so sorry to leave dreary old Friendchapel. After meeting Elizabeth, I've come to learn Friendchapel isn't half as dreary as I thought. It has complex, sprawling history. The lives of many people from centuries past are intertwined into this sleepy village. The verdant forest full of busts, bursting with mystic secrets. My gran was right. There are fires in the forest. And many more things besides. Over the last week, I met a wandering knight, a cursed maiden, and a sleeping enchantress who fancied herself as somebody else. It's a cast of illicit enough for any fantasy story, though not perhaps one of the same scope as Lord of the Rings. I enjoyed myself a lot, despite my early reservations. At times, I was unreserved, and at others, I was terrified. But things worked out in the end, more or less. Now I can hardly believe I ever thought Friendchapel was boring. I never would have been more gratified to be wrong about something in my life. Not unlike my mother, I can actually admit when I'm wrong. I admit, Elizabeth, though we've known one another not that long, has become very important to me. How can I say goodbye to her after all that we've been through? We fought a dragon together, and as if it weren't life-changing enough, we even kissed! Not just once, but several times! I'm not ready to say goodbye. I'm not ready for tomorrow. I still need time to prepare. Even Friendchapel now would feel like waking from a wonderful, wonderful dream. I don't know if I will ever get the magic of these last few days back. I can try to tell my parents about you, maybe they'll listen. It's not like they can just leave you here. Really? Elizabeth looks at me, her brows furrow. Do you mean to tell them I was born 100 years ago? Do you think they would believe that? Well, my voice trails off. My mom is stubbornly atheistic. Atheistic, I think. She doesn't believe in God at all, even though there's about 2 billion Christians, give or take, scattered across the world. Well, her own sister, the awful Aunt Joyce among them. If my mum refuses to believe in God in any capacity, could she really believe in magic and fairies or dragons? It's doubtful. No, it's not just doubtful. It's downright impossible. Who would swallow a telltale like that other than conspiracy theorists? It's too much to take in. You're right. My parents wouldn't believe me. They wouldn't believe me. It would never work. I did assume as much. Elizabeth sighs. What are you going to do? My family are all dead and gone. And I am still here, but I am still here. I have nowhere to go. I have no place in this world. Perhaps I really should have disappeared. No, don't say that. I reach and take Elizabeth's shoulder in my hands. You do not. You do have a place place here, and it's with me. I'm the one who woke you up, so I should look after you. I can't leave you. Thank you, Marnie. Elizabeth smiles. Your grandmother was right. You're a very kind girl. You put your friends above your all else. And your girlfriend even higher. I know you mean well, but I would not want to cause you any problems. Moreover, Elizabeth glances down at the bed, her fingers laid across the duvet. You are still regarded as a child in the society. The house you live in belongs to your parents, not you. As such, you have no say in their decisions. You can try to influence them, but there's no guarantee it would work. We may have bested a dragon together, between us, but realistically speaking, we do not pose all that much power, not in the modern world. I wince. Elizabeth is right, yet again. She's only excited. She's in the 21st century for a week, but she's gleaned a remarkable, acute understanding of after watching so many episodes of Silent Witness with my gran. If we're being realistic, we have to admit that we're troubled. There's nothing I can feasibly do, regardless of how much I want her to help. Her. I'm still a couple of years off of being an adult. I rely on my parents to feed, clothe, and house me. I can't make any important life-altering decisions without their consent. I'm not even old enough to drink, let alone adopt a brand new member into our family. But hard work my brain, I can't think of a way to resolve this, not without magic. I'd like to believe things would work out, but my frantic thoughts are interrupted by a sound of knocking against the bedroom door, called by my gran's dreary, reedy voice. Excuse me, girls, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Can I come in? Honestly, I'd like to keep talking our opinions, our options, through with Elizabeth. I think that over the last 10 minutes, we've already deduced that there are no real options available to us. There's nothing but an excuse in fulfillment for wandering across in circles. Speaking to Gran might cheer her up, and even if it doesn't, it should take my mind off things for a few moments. Elizabeth seems to share my thoughts because she replies before I can. Of course you can. I don't mind one bit. Elizabeth slips off the bed and pads across the room, her ponytail bouncing jovially. Reaching the door handle, she depresses it, then pulls the door ajar. Do come in. It's always a pleasure to see you. I could say the same about you, dear. Gran smiles and steps inside though I suppose it's really Aunt Letta's room. Elizabeth closes the door behind her with a click while Gran shuffles to the chair in the corner. Elizabeth sees her struggling, helps her take a seat. Are you alright? Oh, I'll be fine. My back isn't quite what it used to be. But it's one of the ills of old age, I'm afraid. Thank you for being so courteous. You're awfully polite. I hear a lot of stories in the newspaper about teenagers, you know. None of them very flattering. It's always about antisocial behavior and graffiti and unmanageable classrooms. Sometimes you even hear about arson or stabbings. You and Marnie aren't like that at all, though. You're both sweethearts. I do wonder about that. Elizabeth smiles vaguely. I was not always the best of people. I have done many things I am not proud of, but I would like to think I have changed. I just hope it isn't too late. I'm sure I'll be fine, dear. We all make mistakes from time to time. But you're still young, and you have time to learn. You believe so? Of course, Leaf, dear. Or should I say, Elizabeth? Huh? You know about that? Oh yes, I've heard you refer to her as such on a few occasions. Was it supposed to be a secret? Well, I glanced away, abashed. I haven't meant to let Elizabeth's real name slide. Not around Gran. When I introduced her as Leaf, I thought I'd be a stick up until the very end of the visit. The sudden arrival at Gran's was suspicious enough already without her name shifting after a handful of days later. I'm trying to be discreet, but I guess I didn't try hard enough. Either way, either that or Gran is a lot sharper than she appears. She might be an old woman now, much diminished from her former glory, but she was a teacher once upon a time. Her hearing is starting to go, but her ears must have honed after years spent picking out whispers in the schoolroom. Oh well, now Gran knows. Might as well what's up. That's right. Yeah, I called Elizabeth Leaf at first, but that's not her real name. It turns out, or rather, it's actually Elizabeth. Really? How intriguing! Those names do sound rather similar. But they are not so close, one might mix them up. I'm surprised you didn't know that already, Marnie. You and Elizabeth being such good friends. Gran's voice is light, but I can sense something about hard beneath the smile of hers. Not exactly It's not exactly accusatory, but it makes me flush with guilt all the same. Gran hasn't figured out the truth, has she? How could she? Not possible. A normal human could scoff in belief in Elizabeth's peculiar origins. My Gran is such a normal person, not going to buy the dictionary definition of the word. He's been talking about fairies before I first touched eyes with Elizabeth. Has she really figured out the truth? I just... Marnie, dear. It's alright. Gran interrupts me inaccurately, stammering in the gentlest manner imaginable, her smile unwavering. You don't need to keep lying to me. I'm cannier than you might think. You can't pull the wool over me, my eyes. Elizabeth is not one of your school friends. And she doesn't come from Fulstrow. You found her in the forest, didn't you? Ah. I gasp. It feels like the air has been forced out of my lungs. It's hard to breathe. This must be how the perps feel in silent witness after Thomas Chamberlain has figured out their MO. I've been cornered. What am I supposed to do now? Gran, you knew? I did, yes. I had a suspicion. I had a suspicion things were not quite right the moment I laid eyes upon Elizabeth. This feeling only grew during the week. First, there was confusion over very simple aspects of modern life, not to mention her archaic manner of speech. And then there was her fascination with the stained glass window in the church. I couldn't help but wonder. In the beginning, I did think I was being fanciful. That's what everybody says when I tell them about the fairies. Even my own son, they think me old and senile. Well, I am old, but I cannot deny that such I cannot deny that as such. See now, though, I would have to refute that. I see more than people give credit for. I don't think anybody would be able to tell Elizabeth is not a normal girl. Elizabeth, to my surprise, doesn't look perturbed by this proclamation. Instead, she smiles shyly, scratching her cheek as she does so. So, you knew from the start? I suppose that is not so very surprising. I'm not a particularly good actress. No, indeed, you're not. You fumbled a good amount of many times, despite Marnie's best efforts. I know, Marnie. Got annoyed at me about that, but I can't help it. Your shepherd's pie really was good, and the running water was amazing, and the TV. I'd never, ever seen such things in my entire life. I could not even begin to imagine them. I know it might seem strange to you and Marnie, but this world is far, far stranger to me. It has been an awful lot to get my head across, and I am sure there is still much left for me to learn. There is much more I wish to learn. I am glad I came here. And I am glad I met you too, wise grandmother. I only hope that you are not too upset that I attempted to deceive you. I promise I did not wish to tell any lies. Molly and I only did what we thought we should, so as not to alarm you. I thought it would do something like that, yes, that's why I went along with your little charade. And I'd be ashamed to spoil all your effort. Brown laughs. I think the cat is well and truly out of the bag now. We don't need to put pretenses around me. A cat? What cat? Elizabeth glances around the room, her eyes large and anxious. When did you have a cat? Gran doesn't have a cat, it's figure of speech. A what? Oh, forget it. We've had this conversation before. If it doesn't sink in then, it won't now. It isn't really the time to lecture Elizabeth about the fine points of linguistics. Still, she's perplexed over an innuendo phrase like that. I wonder how she'll react if she ever hears about Schrödinger. Anyway, I guess you're right, Gran. I'm sorry for lying to you. I should have known you'd figure it out. It was probably inevitable. It's fine, dear. I'm not upset. Might give in a little. Or perhaps I do resent being left out of your adventures. But there's a reason. Enid Blyton novels don't concern themselves overly with old women like myself. I don't know what you two girls have been up to, but I doubt I could have helped. I would hate to get in the way. I do wonder what will happen to Elizabeth now, though. I would be correct to presume that you do not have a home to return to? That is correct, yes. I did have a family once, but they are gone now. I'm the only one left. If Marnie's parents refuse to accept me, I do not know where I will go. I see. Now that is a conundrum. I would have to look after you myself, but I fear I'm too old. I raised 5 children, but that was years ago. And now I have Moira to take care of me. I don't know if there's much I can do to help you, dear. But the fairies brought you here. Perhaps they'll help you find somewhere to stay. Somewhere you belong. You still have that pendant of mine, don't you, Marnie? Oh, yes. I take the pendant out of my pocket. It feels cold to the touch against my fingers. You're certainly solid. Thank you for the pendant, Gran. It was a big help. I'm happy to hear it. Was it the pendant that led you to Elizabeth? I think it might have been. It brought me to her and kept the pair of us safe. That's what my mother said it would do when she gave it to me in my at my 13th birthday. She said I should keep it close whenever I went into the woods for my own protection. Otherwise, I might find myself in danger. Ren smiles as she recalls a story from her childhood. Her gnarled hands resting peacefully atop her lap. I did not believe in magic myself back then, but that it was a tissue of nonsense. I kept the pendant for many years, but I never wore it. I quite forgot about it till Frank's passing. That's when I began to hear the fairies. Maybe recall my mother's warning. Maybe remember the pendant. I found it in the back of a drawer, gathering dust. I wore it for a while myself, under the collar of my dress. But when you came here, Marnie, I thought it would be better served with you. I don't know what prompted my decision, but it just felt right. Now I'm very glad I did. I don't know what powers this pendant possesses, but there may be magic enough in that old, worn rock to help you, Elizabeth. Why don't you make a wish upon it? I realize this might be a childish suggestion, but you never know. Your wish might come true. Okay, this is a very long epilogue. I'm gonna go do a quick bio break in this epilogue. How should I get food? Do I make food real quick, then continue? Probably. Okay, I'm gonna go make some food real quick. Well, I'm minimizing it back. I'm gonna make some food real quick, and also do bio break. So I'll be back in a minute. back with my food and more water. This is just like when I played another Ibihime game. Except that time was a single game, not for a single stream. Winter Fragment, where I had to. It took so long, I had to ate into my freaking supper time. And here I am with my supper. You just eat a bit while I read. Because I'm hungry and I can't sit here for ages. Okay. That Saturday, Lisbeth and I find ourselves sitting in Grant's kitchen. Elizabeth is sipping a cup of chamomile tea. Her expression is thought. I don't think she's really tasting it. Grant made me a cup of tea too, and she paired it with a couple of digestives. Digestives. But I barely touched it. I don't think I have stomach for any food or drink it right now. My fingers beat at an unregular rhythm against my thigh. I can't keep my eyes away from the clock hanging from the wall. It's almost 3 in the afternoon. My parents should be coming to pick me up any minute now. If my mom's early message is to be believed. I pull my phone out of my pocket, flip it open. Flip it open. My mom sent me a text a couple of hours ago, telling me she'd gotten off the plane. Oh, at long last, it was hell, Marnie. All those crying babies. And she was on her way to Fenchapel. She hasn't sent me any news since. You alright? Fran sees me fidgeting with my phone, and she smiles, setting her knitting to one side. I'm not sure what Gran's knitting exactly. Looks like a strange, shapeless thing. Perhaps a hat? Or maybe a tea cozy? The world of knitting patterns is a mystery to me. Mysterious, arcane one, and I can't wrap my head around it. Did your mom send you another message, dear? Not yet, no. Well, I suspect she didn't need to. We'll be seeing her soon enough. Provided they didn't get into get caught in traffic, I guess. Oh, you wouldn't worry about that. These old country roads are not very busy. Maybe not, but the motorway, they'll be packed. It always is on the weekends. Well, let's just sit tight and wait. Grant picks up her knitting again, slowly and methodically, adding some stitches to her gnarled fingers. I hope they had a good time. They went to Bordeaux, was it? That's right. Ah, that sounds nice. I love to wander around the seafront. I've heard the food there is delicious too. And the wine. I don't know if they had much of a chance to see. Mom wouldn't stop banging on about Valentine roofs in the car. Oh, I know your mother's feelings about Valentine. She's always talking about him. I think it's nice to see that I think it's nice that she has something that she's so passionate about. Though I don't understand the appeal myself. Valentine's almost as old as I am. I don't get it either. Ren smiles guiltily and shakes her head. Don't tell her I said that, though. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. I can't pretend I understand the appeal of Valentine either. My phone, warmed by the bright sun, from a sun and buzzes on my palm. As though on cue, I glanced down at the screen. Message from Mum. We'll be down in 10 minutes. At Kaiser now. Love you. It's nearly time. I wonder what will happen. Elizabeth made a wish upon the pendant last night. Grand's behest, there's no guarantee the magic will work. What if it's worn off by now? I have no way of knowing either way. I simply need to wait. Marnie, are you alright? Elizabeth shuffles a little closer to me, the legs of her chair scraping against the floor. Her ponytail sways. A few loose strands of her hair brush against her cheek. She smells of Grand's lychee shampoo, and something about her presence makes me feel a little comforted. I'm alright. I try to smile at her, but I don't have much practice. My cheeks twinge. I was just thinking. What about us, I guess? It's all well and good to say we'll always be together, but in the real world there are obstacles that can prevent that from happening. What will Elizabeth do if my parents don't accept her? Where will she go? I don't want her to live out her days on the streets, unable to make a living, searching for scraps of food. That'll be way too depressing. Let's try not to worry. I think we did enough of that last night. Personally, I would like to tell myself that this will all work out. But how do you know that? I don't know, but I have a feeling but I have to believe it regardless. That's what magic is all about. I was a witch myself in my first life, so I know how it works. If you want to cast a spell, you really need to mean it. So does that mean you really want to stay with me? I do! Elizabeth nods seriously, her expression set. More than anything... Oh, Elizabeth. I open my mouth ready to reply, but I'm soon cut off by a honk from the driveway. Fran gets to her feet, slowly. She does everything slowly, and smiles. That will be my Andrew, I presume. He must be back already. Let's all go and say hello, shall we? Let's all hope for the best. While we're at it, I can't read English words. Gran shuffles to the front door, as though nothing is amiss. I trail along back behind, her anxious anxiety gnawing at the pit of my stomach. Like a monster, my stomach roils and I wince. Never thought I'd feel so anxious to be reunited with my parents again. What will they do when they see Lisbeth? What will they say? But as soon as it transpires... Gizmo! I missed you. I missed you, my darling. Come here. Come, Tuttree. Tuttree. Come here, my darling. Dad throws his arms around me in a warm, paternal embrace the moment that I open the door. He rushes his fingers through my hair, ruffling it, just like I expected. He really is predictable. My mom hangs back, arms folded as she looks me up and down. Her expression is critical. Like a critic sizing up a painting in an art gallery. Is she afraid that I might have dyed my hair in her absence? I wish. You look well, Marnie. Though your cheeks are a little pink, did you remember to put sunscreen on every day? Almost every day, Mum. Mum purses her lips together. Almost every day isn't every day, Marnie. You know you need to be careful when you have such fair skin. I don't want you blistering like an overcooked tomato. An overcooked tomato. Oh, come on, Louis. We haven't seen our little girl in a week. Can't you be a little bit nicer to her? Isn't my way of being nice? I'm sorry for caring too about our daughter. Our only daughter, Andrew. But for now, I don't want to cause a scene. I'm not in the mood. After an altercation, Ryan does not agree with me. Right now, I just want to go home and get some sleep. Lost in dreams about the old Valentine, eh? What I dream about is none of your business. My mother pokes my dad in the side beside his ribs. He laughs and jerks away from him, just like an overgrown schoolboy. Sorry, I couldn't resist. You really can't, can you? You're just a little child. You're like a little child. He's always been like that. My Andrew, personally, I think it's a good thing. Let's hope when he gets to be my age, he'll still be as spry as he is now. Spry is one word for it, I suppose. And how would you choose to define me, my wonderful wife? Ask again later. I don't have a ringing headache. Right you are, Louis. Anyway, do you want to pop in for a cup of tea? It might help with your aching head. You don't mind, do you, Gran? Of course not. I'll put the kettle on. I'll somebody get back ASAP, but Mum sighs and presses her fingers to her forehead, massaging her temple. It might be nice to sit down for a little while. Thank you, Iris. I appreciate your kind offer. Oh, you don't need to worry. You don't need to thank me, Louise. Louise! My dear, I'm always happy to help my daughter-in-law. I'm glad you and Andrew come and visit often. It's more than Leto does. Though I suppose he does live in York. In York. York. Grancha was back into the house. Mum follows beside her. Gran pauses in the doorway and glances at my dad, shielding her roomy blue eyes with her from the harsh sunlight. Do you want a cup of tea too, Andrew? That'd be grand, Mum. Whisk me up a cup, will you? I'll be there soon. I just need to help Marnie with her suitcases first. And Lizzie too, of course. Lizzie. Oh, Elizabeth blinks as my dad shyly, half hidden behind the door, and points to herself. You're talking about me? Of course I am. You're part of the family too, whether you like it or not. Now it's Elizabeth's turn to feel a full brunt of my dad's overzealous affection. She ruffles her hair and squeaks, and she squeaks an alarm, dropping her gaze to the carpet. I know I'm not your real dad, Lizzie, but I always feel like it. I can't believe you've been living with us for a year already. Time really flies. What, Andrew? Mum, who's sliding off her wedge sandals in the entrance hall, shoots Dad a withering look from the shade. Don't talk to me about flying now. I'm not in the mood. Sorry about that, Louis. I'm just so happy to see my girls again. Lizzie might not be our daughter, but I told her dad I'd look out for her a while he's away in the States. I've promised I'd keep her safe until she went off to uni. And that's just what I'll do. You forgot, I'm the one who cooks our meals and cleans the house. And you do a good job, Louis. That blows a kiss in Mum's direction. And she rolls her eyes. Now, let me haul these cases into the boot. Not aside, you frail young womenfolk. As a man, it's my job to do the lifting. You can be so chivalrous. You can be chauvinistic, Andrew. This isn't the Middle Ages. And you love me for it. That flexes his non-existent muscles, then bends down to retrieve my suitcase. Ugh. Fuck. He staggers beneath the bunk of my suitcase as though it's heavier burden than Atlas had to bear. What you got in here, Gizmo? Did you rob a bank? There aren't any banks around here, Dad. Ah, you're not wrong there. Dad staggers in the car. I open the boot, and Dad dumps my suitcase into the back. Now for Lizzie's things. Elizabeth came to Fenchapel with nothing more than the clothes on her back, but in leaving it, she now has a suitcase full of clothes. The suitcase is Elizabeth's, and the clothes aren't hers. The suitcase is one of Frank's old ones, and the clothes are all cast-offs that used to belong to Aunt Letta and Aunt Allison. Grandvilla bequeathed all these old bits of pieces to Elizabeth, with a gentle smile and well wishes. Take these things, my dear. They'll be happier with you. In this old house, they do nothing but collect dust. I wonder if my dad will realize the clothes inside the case aren't Elizabeth's when later she unpacks them. Maybe you'll wonder, brown furrowed, why Elizabeth has so many of his sister's old things. Or maybe these old things will transform, as though by magic, during their journey back to Grimsby. Grimsby. After everything that's happened, I wouldn't be surprised. Quite funny. Quite interesting if that happened, you know. Magic has been a main theme of my brief stay in Fenchapel. Excuse me, I was wondering, can I really come back with you? Is that alright? Well, you're more than welcome to stay with my mum if you want, but it might be a bit of commute to college from there. I think it'd be easier if you come back with us where you really belong. Where I belong? Elizabeth repeats this under her breath, with wide eyes. She stares at my dad, who's been busy wrestling with her suitcase, and back to the house. Mum sitting at the table in the kitchen, one leg crossed over the other, while Gran flutters about in her slippers, busy brewing tea. They're my family, but I guess they're Elizabeth's now too. Marnie! Elizabeth reaches out her hands, trembling, and links her fingers with my own. I can't believe it! I can really stay with you! We can stay together! It sure looks like it, huh? I'm not sure how it happened. It's not like I want to question my newfound happy ending. I'm afraid if I start poking holes at this fantasy of seeing will collapse like an old fruit flan. I just want to enjoy this moment. It seems Elizabeth shares my own sentiments because... Marnie! Oh, Marnie! Aww. She all but leaps at me, and arms wrapped around my waist. Look at them. So gay. So pretty. So cute together. Look at them go. I love them so much. I was expecting, I was waiting for the 10th one. I was wondering when the 10th was gonna come up. I knew it was coming on soon. Didn't know when though, that's the question. When our 10th one was gonna come up. Can't believe it happened so soon. The teachers are so good, you know? I can't help it. I stagger back, almost collapsing, but I don't, not quite. I'm able to find my balance in time, but Elizabeth's head is still resting against my own. Her arm is looped around my body. It's a hot day, almost unpleasantly so, and Elizabeth's embrace is very warm. gonna start sweating if she doesn't let go of soon. And all this black doesn't exactly help. Maybe Mom was at a point. Maybe my fashion sense is impractical. But I don't care about that now. Now when I'm with Elizabeth, we faced down dozens of trials and tribulations over the last week. Elizabeth pushed herself to the breaking points so she could uncover the truth. So, she isn't Leaf. She was never Leaf. Not a noble knight, but an anxious witch who never knew what she was, what it was like to have a happy, fulfilling life. She left her father and her sister behind, and now they're both gone. She doesn't have any family anymore, but it's alright, Elizabeth. Don't cry. But I'm so happy. I can't help myself. It's just like a dream. I know. It's like a dream. But it isn't. I promise you that. You have a new family. You can start a new life. You're here now. With me. We can be together. Do you mean that, Marnie? Do you want to stay with me? That's right, I do. I take Elizabeth's trembling hand in my own, squeezing them, and look into her eyes. Always. The end. Ah, that was great. I love that. Let's see. We got notes. These notes are long. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna remember. Those are too long. But the gallery. Let's look back at all the art. Damn. So pretty. Art be pretty. Oh, I forgot about the variants. Sleeping. Very cute sleeping. Her ice cream. Ice cream. Here's Lynette. Sunscreen scene. Water gun. They're so pretty, I love them. But yeah, with that, we've come to an end to yet another GL visual novel. A good one. So good that I overshot my usual time of ending, because I wanted to finish this all so I can do it more. A different one next week. I need to buy it. You know, it's not that bad. It's not that difficult to buy it. Let's find someone to raid. Let's see. Anyone I know currently streaming? Probably not. I'm pretty sure no one I know is streaming. Could be wrong though. Love to be proved wrong. No one is streaming. That's fine. Let's go. Let's go look around. I can't raid yet. I need to do my things. I'll find someone first, then I'll do my punishment squats for Gushin 10 times. Let's see. That's very squished. Okay, I think I found someone. Alright. First of all, let's go. Let's see. How do I make. Let's see. Where am I? Where is. Cam? There. We have 10. Yeah, 10 gushes to do. Move. Either way. Alright. I walked too far away. Ah, here, shite. Keep tapping me. Quick. I'll move. I'll right to the laptop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I regret doing the squats last night with Brat because my legs are in pain. But that is fine. What is life but pain? Both legs. When you gush too much, rat. Let's see. This is the name. Alright. I need to get my raid message up. I have a raid message, quick. Make a raid message, man. Make a raid message. Wait, Bray, make a raid message. I always like my signature raid message. I do myself, because why not? It's fun. Because why not? Copy that. Self. And hope you all had a good evening.